our Mack Trailer Winter Nationals. Lord, we pray for your wisdom on us tonight, our good judgment, our safety, and most of all, bless each and every one of us with respect for each other as we compete tonight. And Lord, before we get pulling, we need to pray for the heart and soul of this great nation we love and call home. Help us to roll back time to when our nation's morals and Christian values were still intact. We taught them to our kids in our homes, our schools, and our churches. Help us to roll back time when we taught our children to respect themselves and each other, to respect honesty, integrity, and a hard day's work, as well as to respect God, our flag, and our country, and the fact that each and every one of us must get out of bed every day of our lives and try and leave this world just a little bit better. And one more thing, Lord, help us to never miss an opportunity in this country to teach our children that our freedom and our liberty are not free, and that each of us must struggle to preserve them every day of our lives. And kids, remember this, our flag doesn't still fly in this country because the wind blows. It's still flying in this country because of the last breath of our patriots that have been protecting it, this great nation, and you and me since 1776. God bless the ones that have died for us. God bless the real heroes in this country, because they did fight for us, they bled for us, and some did die. They didn't die so we could take a knee. They died so each and every one of us could continue to be free. All gave some, and some gave all. Let's take a moment of silence right now for the ones that have given all. Most importantly, our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. God, rest your souls in heaven. And until we meet again, we thank you for your service to God, your flag, our American way of life, and we thank and honor you along with your families and the men and women that stand guard over us today. We thank you for the privilege to pledge allegiance to our flag. We thank you for the privilege to sing our national anthem here tonight in Louisville, Kentucky. And we thank you for the privilege to live in the land of the free, the home of the brave. And Lord, may we always be one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. God bless the United States of America. God bless the Mack Trailers, Winter Nationals, and God bless each and every one of you here tonight. All this in Jesus' name we prayed. All God's children said, Amen. Amen.
And if you would please remain standing as we honor America with the singing of our national anthem. Tonight's anthem will be performed by Regan Schluter.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you, Regan. All right, who's ready to go pulling? 2026 Mack Trailer Winter Nationals. As we mentioned, we have 4 classes of pulling here this evening. Class number 1, as we get that beautiful Mack Trailer half round aluminum trailer out of our arena here, we're going to start out with our super stock diesel trucks. That'll be class number 1. Class number 2 will be our 7,400-pound light modified tractors. We are going to make some noise here in Freedom Hall tonight, so if you don't have ear protection, especially for the little ones, you might want to grab some ear protection. Class number 3, always a crowd favorite here inside Freedom Hall, the Pro Stock tractors. And then we will wrap up the evening with our super semis, will be class number 4. Once again, my name is Leroy Schluter. I'll be joined on the broadcast tonight with Darren Hartwell and, of course, our pit reporter, Kristen Banks. So we appreciate you coming out to Freedom Hall this evening, and also if you are tuned in on the live stream.
As we get going here tonight, we want to thank all of our truckers and people involved in the trucking industry for everything that you do for our country and our world. We really appreciate it. You know, Leroy and I both make our living in the trucking industry.
I'm here with Mike Conny, owner of Mack Trailers. Mike, will you just let the fans know where you guys set in marketing for trailers?
We're the number one vocational trailer builder in the country. We build a lot of fuel tanks, a lot of garbage trailers, a lot of dump trailers, a lot of flatbeds. We build about 8,000 a year. And so when you add all that up, we're the largest. We don't build vans and reefers, like that's not our game, but vocational equipment, by far, we're the largest.
Well, definitely, we've heard of Mack Trailers, and we're excited to have you guys back at this event. What is it like for you to come back?
We're real happy to be back. You know, we took 1 year off of 30, okay? So we just kind of got working together with Toby again, and we're back, and I think my guys were all happy. We built the trailers in the shop. The team got them all down here. And here we are, and we've got great product up in there, and we're seeing hundreds and hundreds of customers. So it's good. It's good for everybody. Now we're going to lead into a tractor pull Saturday night. So more of our fans are there and more of our customers. It's going to be really good.
Now, speaking of tractor pull, what is it like to be a part of Pro Pulling?
Oh, it's great. Great circuit. Great. First class. Everybody's first class. Everybody knows how to put it. When we pull in, everything's ready for us, right? We don't do, as pullers, we go right to the track. It's all set up. The announcers are there. The tracks are built. It's professionally run. It really is. It's a good circuit. Now,
you just mentioned you yourself are a puller. Your daughter's also a puller. Tell me a little bit about what it's like to operate a tractor with your daughter.
Oh, it's great. Joey pulls against me in the same class. These things are pushing 5,000, over 5,000 horsepower, and Jules has been pulling for 15 years, and she puts a rip on them. She's tough to compete, and the guys know she can drive, and it's just great because we go all over the country. We've been doing it 15 years, and it's been great.
Now, as a father, when did you know that she was going to be involved in the pulling?
About 16. She was a little farm girl. She ran the skid steers and did all this stuff, and then I got her little farm tractor, and she pulled it, and she smiled ear to ear, and then I went and bought a super farm, and that was it. She loves horsepower.
Do you ever see it leaving y'all's family, or is this something that you guys will always be involved in?
I think the grandkids will be pulling. Yeah.
It's a family sport. It truly is. I'm excited to be a part of it. This is my first one. As a new fan, what can I expect?
Horsepower. Loud horsepower. Hopefully no fires. But you can expect a show. It's going to be a 3-hour show, and the guys will get it done, and then we can go at 8 o'clock. It'll be over, and it'll be fully entertaining.
Well, that is Mike Conny with Mack Trailers, and we are excited for a night of pulling.
26-inch drawbar height, 460 cubic inches. Well, tractor pulling and truck pulling, it is a sport. Every sport has referees. We are no different. Our track officials tonight working the start line down here at the 75-foot mark. Kurt Simmons will be our track official at the 75-foot line down here at the finish line. Jerry Nelson. The first competitor of every class is what we call the test puller. After he completes his hook, we will see if we've got the sled set correctly, and then Kent will have that option to take that hook or turn it down and drop. All right, here we go. Who's ready for some pulling? The 2026 Mack Trailer Winter Nationals, Kent Crowder, Attica, Indiana. Well, I think it's a safe bet that he's going to decline that hook and turn it down.
Yeah, as soon as that truck started to hop, he backed out of it. And as the first puller, as Leroy stated, he does have the option to drop and come back last. So for those of you who are new to the sport of truck and tractor pulling, the goal is to pull that weighted sled farther down this track than any of your competitors. You'll see that weight box where it says Ironman. That will move forward. It transfers the weight off of the rear tires and onto the pan, which is the flat part that runs in the dirt there. As it transfers that weight, it makes it harder to pull and creates more friction. And ultimately, the sled always wins.
And speaking of the sled, he has been in this building for 31 years. He started in 1975. Von Bauer, Peyton Isle with the Ironman sled. If you were here for the National Farm Machinery Show back in February, you would have saw Vaughn working his magic. All right, just as we thought, Darren, he is going to turn down that hook, and he is going to drop to the number 6 spot. So no official distance in our super stock diesel trucks. Well, we're going to go from the Hoosier State to the Badger State. Eagle, Wisconsin's Ben Schimpf, the Antler Addiction, will be our first official hook here in our super stock diesel trucks.
The Antler Addiction truck finished 8th last season on the Champions Tour. Premier Fab out of northern Wisconsin, northern Michigan there, helped build the chassis on this truck. Ben Schimpf will be our first official hook of the evening, as Kent Crowder turned that first one down. See Ben Schimpf, he moved that sled a little bit to the right. Now these competitors can spot that sled anywhere they want in between the white lines. And if the sled can run up and down these white lines all night long, and we'll probably see that. But any part of a pulling vehicle touches a white line, it's an automatic disqualification.
And if you're wondering how wide the track is, we are operating with a 35-foot wide track this evening. Once again, no official distance in the books as Kent Crowder in the Shy Diesel Dodge turned down his hook and will drop to the number 6 spot. All right, Chevrolet fans, here we go. Ben Schimpf, Antler Addiction, Eagle, Wisconsin.
Leroy, we will burn through a lot of ether here tonight.
Probably not as much ether in March as we do in the February during the National Farm Machinery Show.
That is true.
You know, with our warm weather that we had this week here in Louisville, I know it got up into the 80s. We were thinking about changing the name to the Spring Nationals, but Mother Nature came back around, got us back down into 50s. So, all right, here we go. The Antler Addiction. Ben Schimpf, Eagle, Wisconsin. All right, now we will have a distance in the books. The Ironman sled gets him stopped right there. All right, let's take a look at the replay. Going to be coming right into your living room right there. As we see the green light on the sled, green flag from our track officials. He gets her spooled up. The mark to beat will be 2:14 and 24, 214 feet, .24, as we're taking a look at the replay on the Antler Addiction. Pretty smooth pass right there for Eric. For Ben. Eric Stacey will be up next, the Smokin' Ya HD out of Winchester, Ohio.
Eric and his wife Lily, former national champions in the super stock diesel four-wheel drive class. Daughter Ellington back home watching the live stream with her grandparents.
Yeah, husband and wife pulling team of the Smokin' Ya HD. Eric will be doing the driving tonight. I spoke to Eric about that earlier this evening, and I asked who makes the decisions on whether Eric is going to be doing the driving or if Lily is going to be doing the driving. He said, well, this year, Eric is going to be behind the wheel for all of the events at the Fent High Stakes Series, and Lily will be behind the wheel for the Champions Tour events. So you
I'm here with Eric Stacey driving in that Superstock diesel truck tonight. Now, Eric, how was your off season?
It's been good. We've made some changes to the truck, over the winter time, and it's good to get to come out, this early in the year. We're not typically doing that. Usually it's June, July. That's kind of when the season starts to really get a roll on. So, we're looking forward to this weekend. We're very appreciative of IHRA, the Pro Polling Series, the Mac Trailer Winter Nationals here, what they're doing for this event, and invite us down for this weekend. It's the first time that we've had our class here for this event, so I'm hoping that our class can put on a good show for everybody tonight.
Now, you mentioned making some changes in the off season. What kind of changes specifically did you guys make?
Typically, after the motor gets too many passes on it, we go through and do a freshen up on that. A lot of tire work, chassis, setup stuff like that. Really not too far off base from where we were last year, just kind of building off the momentum we had last year. So we're just kind of trying to fine tune it. We don't really learn a lot down here because it's a short track compared to what we do outdoors, but it still will give us enough data that I think that when we start the season, we'll kind of be off on the right foot, hopefully.
Now, going into tonight, are there any kind of pre-race jitters?
A little bit, just because you haven't been behind the wheel for a few months. You don't really, it's a lot of, it's just like racing, seat time and your reaction time and things of when, how you aggressively you push the throttle and stuff, like that means a lot. So I'm sure I'll be a little rusty tonight, and, that is what it is.
What do you want to get out of this first hook?
Just really a clean run that we can pull data off of with no issues, no mechanical issues, and just kind of see where we stack up. I mean, this is the group of trucks that's going to be pulling the high stakes series this year and stuff, and so this is about half of them. So it should be a pretty good test to see how we're going to stack up against them. So that's kind of the idea.
Well, thank you so much. That's Eric Stacey driving the Smokin' Ya HD.
Oh, I think we're going to have a new leader. I think, Darren, we might be bumping that lead up a little bit.
Good run from Eric Stacey. I think you're right. Leroy will wait for the laser, but looks like we have a new leader.
The IHRA Pro Pulling League wants to thank ARP Automotive Racing Products, the world leader in high-performance automotive fasteners. They are marking their 15th season with the IHRA Pro Pulling League. They are the class sponsor of the Super Stock Diesel trucks for our Champions Tour for the 2026 season. And just as we thought, we are going to move that leader. 2:21 and 66 is the new leading distance. 221 feet and 66. Give Eric Stacey a nice round of applause. He's going to come over here into the corner. We are going to keep the leaders over here in the corner, and then at the conclusion of the class, Kristen Banks will do our winner's circle interviews. Another tough running Dodge. Due up next, the Rock Hard Ram. Van Haisley, Fairmount, Indiana, 1997 Dodge.
Number 5 last year in Champions Tour standings. Looks like Van Haisley's going to move that sled over to the left-hand sideline. We've seen everybody pretty much running in the middle, but Van Haisley saw something he liked over on that left-hand sideline. Going to try that, see if there's another lane over there. Looking to go farther than that 2:21 and 66 that Eric Stacey just laid down.
Hey, in between classes, if you want to get your brand new IHRA Pro Pulling Series merchandise, we do have a merchandise stand in the
Haisley, you're going into your 3rd year of pro pulling. What expectations do you have for yourself?
Really just to get a little bit better each time I run the truck. I feel like I can always improve my driving ability, but I hold myself to a pretty high standard. I'm pretty tough on myself, so I just want to keep getting better this season.
Now, a lot of your competitors, this is their first pull of the season, but you actually had an opportunity to already pull this year. What kind of data did you get from your first pull?
It was good for me to drive again, just to feel a truck, feel running on a track, and just the sled and all of that. So it was a good data that way. That way I'm not knocking the rust off here. I already got a warm up this year.
Now going into tonight, do you definitely feel like you have more confidence going in?
A little bit. I'm definitely a little nervous. This is my first ever indoor hook, so I've never ran in here. I've watched Grandpa drive here a bunch, and he's had some success, so the bar's definitely high. So.
How is an indoor track different from an outdoor track?
Well, the big thing is we have the smoke tube on the truck, so you can't see the smoke or anything outside. So that's definitely different. And for this venue, it's a lot shorter track, only 230 feet. So the typical track, I feel like, is around 300 feet. So you're losing some distance, too.
Well, thank you so much. That is Trip Haisley driving that Rock Hard Ram.
Historically, pulls you to the left. How many guys have we seen over the years go out of bounds and hit that left chalk line? You don't have that as much here when you have all 4 wheels spinning instead of just those rear wheels.
Yeah, you'll notice that, big tire classes, small tire classes look for different things in a track. And especially, this first class out, we'll see this track develop and change throughout the evening. This is just the first of our 4 exciting classes here at the Mack Trailer Winter Nationals.
Van Haisley will be followed by Keith Witt, the American Pride to Dodge. Marshall Debroux, Flammable, out of New Franklin, Wisconsin. We also have all the way from Houston, Texas, Cody Lee with One Nation. Terry Biggs, our defending Champions Tour points champion. But right now, here we go. Van Haisley, Fairmount, Indiana, 1997 Dodge that he calls the Rock Hard Ram. 2:21:66 is that number he's going to be looking for. We're going to see if he could bump Eric Stacey off that top spot.
From where I'm standing, Leroy, that one's too close to call.
Well, if you can see from the graphic up there on the screen, 2:17 and 89. 2:17 and 89. This will put it into the number 2 spot. Beautiful replay right there. On our ProPulling.tv, SpeedSport.tv, Pro Pulling TV Facebook page, and also our YouTube channel. Coming right there, a rock hard ram into your living rooms. Now, speaking of the Shy Diesel Extravaganza and Van Haisley's truck, if you look there on the window of the crew cab, you see that graphic Haisley machine. Van and Patty Haisley and Kurt and the crew, they do a lot of work on this super stock diesel truck class. A lot of the competitors in this class get a lot of the work done there at Haisley Machine. Van and Patty have been longtime supporters of this super stock diesel class. Well, we've seen a couple trucks from Indiana.
Kent Crowder, you were the test pull here tonight. What went behind the decision to scratch that one?
Well, we took off and come out of the hole pretty smooth. Everything felt good, and it started into a lunge that I couldn't get under control. So decided we're going to back up and try this again and see if we can get a smooth pass under our belts and try to catch these guys.
What kind of changes did you make?
Well, we actually got with the tech officials here so we could reset the hitch. In order to do that, we put a little more air in the rear tires, so they had to verify our hitch for that. So we're all good to go again. Hopefully we can keep it a smooth pass and get down there.
Well, thank you so much. That's Kent Crowder.
Thank you.
Once again, the mark to beat, the Smokin' Ya HD Chevrolet out of Winchester, Ohio. 2:21 and 66.
Keith moves that sled just a little bit over back towards the center, about just the width of the tire tracks, the width of the sled over back towards the center.
And I just got some breaking news. That was not Van Haisley driving. That was Tripp driving. Patty just sent me a text message. So Tripp was doing the driving this evening. Thank you, Patty, for that update and that text message. Or maybe is Tripp driving the American Pride tonight? We'll get that updated. Woo! He's right down there in the money. The Witt Farms American Pride out of Warrenton, Missouri.
Chasing that 2:21 and 66 that Eric Stacey laid down.
So I did get confirmation that Tripp was driving the Rock Hard Ram. All right, let's take a look at the replay of the American Pride, the Witt Farms Dodge coming right at you. Needed to go in excess of 221 and 66. How about 222 and 70, a new leader. Beautiful truck right there coming to us from Warrenton, Missouri, the American Pride Dodge. All right, as you can see on the graphic at the ends of the arena, the American Pride moves into the top spot, 222 and 70. Eric Stacey in the Smoking Ya HD down to 221.66 to take over that number 2 spot. And Tripp Haisley, the Rock Hard Ram, 217 and 89. All right, getting back into the smoke tube. Second generation puller here from New Franken, Wisconsin. We will see his father later on here in our super semis class, Ryan Debroux, but this here is Marshall Debroux out of New Franken, Wisconsin. A new truck to the series last year. This is the flammable super stock diesel truck.
Marshall getting back into the seat of this truck. He's let his younger brother drive it the last few hooks. Marshall getting some help from Senpico this year, Bennett Transportation and Logistics, and Cat Reman. Very successful young driver out of the state of Wisconsin.
All right, green flag from our track officials. Green light on the sled. From New Franken, Wisconsin, Marshall Debroux and Flammable on our super stock diesel trucks, presented by ARP. Oh, how about that? I think we're going to be moving that lead once again. He was the Rookie of the Year on the Grand National side. Needed to go in excess of 222 and 70. How about 231.02? 231.02.
Great pass for Marshall Debroux. You can see it on the replay. Just poured on the power and kept motoring down the track. What a pass.
He takes the lead for now, but 3 strong running trucks left in the class. Still going to see Cody Lee, the One Nation truck out of Houston, Texas. Terry Biggs, our defending points champion, with Deadpool out of Noblesville, Indiana. And also we still going to see Kent Crowder from Attica, Indiana, the Scheid Diesel Dodge.
Terry Biggs, you've had the opportunity to watch a few hooks. What are you thinking about the track right now?
I was a little nervous about it. Normally for the farm show, the dirt's in here for several days. They just brought it in this morning after the concert last night, but I think it's identical to what we need to get for the farm show, which is really good.
Is this your first pull of the season?
No, I was at the farm show in February.
So what are you trying to get out of tonight, just grabbing some data?
Yeah, I'm not real, so this would only be my third time indoor pulling, so trying to get my feet planted in that and see how things go.
All right, I got to make a comment about the truck. Most of these guys have wraps. Yours is just a clean white. What went behind that decision?
Well, so before it was black and I had a wrap on it with the character. I wanted to have it airbrushed. That's a lost talent. It's very hard to find anybody to do it. So I've actually got somebody working on doing a wrap for it. So we'll see.
Well, thank you so much. That is Terry Briggs driving Death Pool.
All right, on his first go around that he turned down, he backed out of the throttle at 151 feet. So this will be his official hook. From Attica, Indiana, Kent Crowder in the Scheid Diesel Dodge on our super stock diesel trucks. He started a little bit of that hopping once again. As I mentioned earlier, mark your calendars, August 28th and 29th. That's a Friday and Saturday. August 28th and 29th, Terre Haute, Indiana, the Wabash Valley Fairgrounds. That'll be the site of the 2026 Scheid Diesel Extravaganza. .206 and 17, 206 feet, .17. For Kent Crowder in the Scheid Diesel Dodge out of Attica, Indiana. Kent Crowder was our champion, Tour points champion in 19 and 20, 23 and 24. Not going to happen tonight. Give him a tough luck round of applause, folks. Kent Crowder, Attica, Indiana, the Scheid Diesel Dodge. So you see that tumbling down the track. That was his toolbox. He had his toolbox sitting there. Forgot to take it off, and it went tumbling down the track. So once again, his official distance, 206 feet, .17. 2 pullers left before we go to our super modified tractors and make some noise in the arena. One Nation, Cody Lee, Houston, Texas. A beautiful truck. Backing into the smoke tube.
Unfortunately, we did see a toolbox or some things come out of the weight box of that truck. Now, these four-wheel drive pullers will pile all the weight they can in those weight boxes to get it to the front of the truck to keep those front tires down and hook up. Because when you hook the chain in the sled, it will hold down the back end, so you pile as much weight as you can in the front to try to get those front tires to hook up.
And as I mentioned, Von Bauer, he's been here for 31 years. This is his 31st year providing the weight transfer devices here inside Freedom Hall. He took over from Ollie Schaefer, if you remember Schaefer Sled Rentals. So he started in 1995, was his first pull here in Freedom Hall for Von Bauer and the Ironman sleds. He's been here every year since, 31 years. All right, getting the chain, pulled tight, Cody Lee. We've had Indiana, Wisconsin, Ohio, Missouri. Now let's go to the Lone Star State, Houston, Texas. Cody Lee and One Nation. Going to end up a little bit short of that lead. As you can see, as we zoom right in there on that front weight box, One Nation under God, indivisible with liberty and justice for all. Beautiful running truck there out of Houston, Texas. (207 feet, 0.29, 207, and 29. Hey, Darren, I know there's people from Houston watching. You know why I can say that?
You know them?
No, it's because they don't have a basketball team to watch. The Houston NCAA team got beat by the Fighting Illini on Thursday night. So now,
that's harsh. Pouring salt in the wound.
Yeah.
Your Illini do play today against Purdue. We know a trip against Iowa with a trip to the Final Four on the line. So.
Right. All right, once again, 207 and 29 for Cody Lee out of Houston, Texas, and One Nation. That'll bring us to our final puller, tough, and I mean tough, running truck out of Noblesville, Indiana. This was our 2025 Champions Tour points champion for the IHRA Pro Pulling Series, and we're talking about Terry Biggs out of Noblesville, Indiana. I believe this is the only Ford in the class.
Yes, we have a Chevy sitting up top. And the only Ford. Do we have any Ford fans here in Louisville? Wow, it's like they built Fords in this town or something. Chevrolet fans, are you confident that your Chevy is going to stay on top?
All right, right now sitting on top of the leaderboard from New Franken, Wisconsin, Marshall Debroux. And that flammable, he's got the mark set at 2:31.02.
Leroy, it looks like Terry Biggs is going to run right in about the tire tracks that Marshall Debroux did. Going to try to take that same line. Looking to go farther than 2:31.02.
How many of you think the bow tie, the Chevrolet from Wisconsin, will take the win? Chevy fans. How many of you think the Ford from the Hoosier state of Noblesville, Indiana, will take that top spot? I think we have a few more Ford fans in here tonight, Darren.
Yeah, I think there's a good reason for that, Leroy. I think Louisville is a Ford town.
Right, let's go green one final time here in our Super Stock Diesel Trucks presented by ARP. From Noblesville, Indiana, the Deadpool Ford, Terry Biggs. he had a head of steam going until the fire went out. .196 feet, .85, 196 and 85. All right, so our unofficial results in our super stock diesel trucks presented by ARP. Number 8 will go to Terry Biggs. Deadpool out of Noblesville, Indiana, 196 and 85. Number 7, the Scheid Diesel Dodge of Kent Crowder, 206 and 17. Number 6 this evening, One Nation, Cody Lee out of Houston, Texas, 207 and 29. Our number 5 truck, Ben Shemp, Eagle, Wisconsin, Antler Addiction, 214.24. The Rock Hard Ram Trip Haisley, Fairmount, Indiana. He goes number 4 at 217.89. Now our top 3. Third place goes to Eric Stacey, the Smoking It HD, 221.
Marshall Debroux, a pass of 231.02. Did you know from the seat that was going to be a winner?
I mean, going down the track, it felt extremely good. So, you know, you're only the best at that time. You know, you got people behind you that can come and take it away from you. But I was very happy with how it all played out. So I can't complain.
Now, can you walk me through that run real quick?
Oh, I mean, we walked the track, me and my dad, a little bit. Found a decent line. Everyone was kind of sticking to the middle, and I thought that left side was a little smoother. You know, a lot of trucks were bouncing tonight, so I thought that left side was smoother. Helped me to not bounce, and everyone's kind of punching it and kicking them tires, and then I lost traction, so I was steady on it and kept that traction at a nice ratio. So.
Well, thank you so much. That is Marshall Debroux. What a win from Flammable.
Very, very quickly here. So recommend you get some hearing protection or at least plug your ears, take care of the kids, because it is going to get very, very loud here in Freedom Hall.
Hey, Marshall, come on over here, dude. Hey, bring Dad out here. Ryan, come on out here also. Okay, I'm down here in the corner. You just got to do your stuff on the live TV with Kristen. We're going to talk to the people here in Freedom Hall. You were the Rookie of the Year for 2025 on the other tour, on the Grand National Tour. You're picking up right where you left off. You're starting out 2026. Your brother had some big passes down in Florida. You're right here in Freedom Hall. Take home the win tonight. How about that?
Oh, it feels great.
Here at the Mid-America Truck Show, we're also going to do a little bit of pro pulling. We have Jeremy Nelson with us, and what do we have behind us? Because this is an absolute beauty of a truck.
This is a truck we just built. It's my brother's truck, and at NCP Customs, that's what we do for a living. We build cool trucks, so this is the one we just got done with, and it's here in the truck show, and we're going to see how we do in the truck show and then go enjoy some pro pulling later tomorrow night.
What does it take, or how long does it take to build something like this?
I wouldn't even know where to start, but probably I'd say we're north of 1,500, 2,000 hours, man hours in this. I mean, my guys at the shop and Jared and I worked feverishly for the last 4 months. Had this thing down to bare frame rails, took the motor out, painted every nut and bolt, every piece of it's been painted and put back together. And so we thought, what a better time to bring it and show it off than down here at the biggest truck show in the world.
Guys, I just got in here, and this thing is absolutely immaculate. It is beautiful. Now, what goes behind, who votes for this, and how do you win Best Truck in the truck show?
Well, you hope you impress the judges. There's a panel of judges that come around, and they got their clipboard, and they just go through every truck, you know, top to bottom, and kind of check the boxes, and you hope you check all the boxes, but there's a lot of nice trucks out here. So, you know, we just hope to compete, and, I mean, from the attention we got, I think we're competitive. But if we win, that's great. But it's just nice seeing the people that appreciate your work, because there's a lot of hours behind the scenes that go into this.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm going to be voting for truck 252, and then y'all make sure to tune in to IHRA TV for all the pro pulling action this weekend.
Our super modified tractors, you're going to want to also probably grab a pair of earplugs as well. 10 of them here tonight. We had 8 in the super stock diesel trucks, 10 light modifieds. We're going to start out from Larchwood, Iowa. Craig Ulmer, Sweet Pain, he'll be our test puller. Wayne Bunnage, Ellery, Illinois, he'll be number 2. Chase Smith, Greenwich, Ohio, he'll be number 3. At Cotton Candy, Cameron Neaves from McAdoo, Texas. Cameron Neaves, he's no stranger to this Freedom Hall dirt. We just saw him here in February. Then the Kentuckian, Wayne Sullivan, out of Warsaw, Kentucky. The Ramblin' Rose, Tom Owens, Montgomery, New York. Lights Out, Brad Myrodi, he'll be puller number 6. West Point, Iowa, Bullbuster. Donald Nelson, Cat Spring, Texas. The Perfect Storm, Cory Forester, Chambersburg, Pennsylvania. And then Russell Phipps, Hush Money, Kane, Illinois. That's the order of our pullers for our 7400 super modified tractors that'll be coming up next.
A little bit of background on this class. Going to see some different combinations. The basic ones, you can run 2 Hemis with 1471 superchargers, 650 cubic inch limit on those, no overdrive limit. If you're running a non-Hemi head, you can run 3 engines with an 871 supercharger and limited to 43% overdrive.
Hey, a couple more people we want to thank. I mentioned Kurt Simmons and Jerry Nelson, our track crew tonight. If you look up here just to the right of the screen, you see that yellow tripod, the laser. That's Robert Griffin. Hey, Robert, give us a wave. He is the one that's shooting the laser tonight, and he gives the distances right here to Abby Asher. So another couple members of our IHRA Pro Pulling Series team. Thank you to Robert and Abby. They make our jobs easy, Darren.
Yes, they do. It is. We are very thankful for them.
We are getting ready to start class number 2 of 4 classes tonight. We've already seen our super stock diesel trucks presented by ARP, and our 7,400-pound light mod tractors are next. And then we will go to our 10,200-pound pro stock tractors. Now, normally in the summer, we run them at 10,000 pounds, but with the smoke tube, we give them an extra 200 pounds here on the indoor circuit. So, yeah, normally you'll hear them called the 10,000-pound pro stocks on the outdoor circuit, but we give them an extra 200 pounds due to the smoke tube. And then we will wrap up our evening with our super stock diesel trucks. Folks, are you having a good time at the Mack Trailer Winter Nationals? Yeah.
See them adding additional weight to the weight transfer machine for our light modified tractors.
And you know Von Bauer, he's got a binder. He knows every class exactly how much weight to put in the box, when to trip that trip, you know, for the pan to drop into the sled, or how fast, what gear to have that transfer box go up on the rail. He's been here 31 years, so he's done his homework. So that's why we have very, very, very few sled resets.
Yes, and pulling inside is different than pulling outside. You know, we're at roughly a 240-foot track here inside. Outside will be at 320, 350, something like that. So you'll see the weight box move up a lot faster here inside than it does outside in the summer.
Cameron Neaves Now, you're driving in a new class this year, the light modified tractors. You guys have 2 engines when we're used to a super modified with 4 engines. Tell me a little bit about the difference.
We're limited to 2 engines. There's a guy over here, Sweet Paint, has 3 Chevrolets, but we run in the summertime all the time, so we're used to this class.
Now, this track's a little shorter than what you're used to, but you were here racing not too long ago. Did you gain any kind of data?
Well, maybe. We've been on this track about 25 years, so hopefully we'll have a good run tonight.
What expectations do you have for yourself going into tonight?
Well, we'd like to be in first, but, who knows?
How do you think the track's going to play out?
Oh, I think it's a very good track.
Well, thank you so much. That is Cameron Neaves, driver of Cotton Candy.
Thank you.
With 871 blowers.
All right, this will be a good time to get your earplugs in. We got the first one fired up.
Craig did spot that sled right in the middle of the track. He is our test puller, sponsored by Richards Truck Repair and Ty's Body Shop. Well, as Darren mentioned, this will be the only competitor in this class with the 3 motors. They got the stair-step motors. He has found a way to get himself to 7,400 pounds or under. The only big block Chevrolets in competition here tonight. Going to set the mark to beat Craig Omer.
All right, he's rolling that sweet pain forward. Got that chain pulled tight. Green light on our sled. Green flag from our track officials. Let's make some noise. Buried her in the sand.
Our first trip to the beach tonight.
You know, a lot of people want to go to the beach in March. He just took it to the beach.
Yes, he did. Leroy, when we see this replay, did you notice you mentioned it pulling to the left? He started off in the center of the track, and it pulled it to the left all the way down the track, all the way into the sand pile.
Well, the laser got him at 251.10251. All right. When I say he's going to be coming into your living room, he's going to be coming into your living room right there.
What a pass from Craig Ulmer. Started off right in the center, and it drifted left the whole time, and wow.
While we are waiting official word from the track crew, I would say there might be a good possibility that we are going to do a sled reset. Wayne Bunnage, Ellery, Illinois. You will be up next. Yeah, as you can see down there on the start line, we are definitely resetting the sled. Adding some more weight to that Ironman transfer box. So no official distance here in our 7,400-pound light mod class.
So there are a couple options we have. You can add more weight, as we're doing now, or you can make the box top out faster. But on a short indoor track like this, that box is already moving very, very quickly down this track. So the best option inside is to add more weight.
Hey, give Craig a nice round of applause. He is going to try to go out, and as you can see, his front end is pigeon-toed now. His front end has been in. He's going to try everything that he can do to repair that front end and come back and be the last hook in the class. But, yeah, awesome pass right there. Craig Ulmer out of Larchwood, Iowa, the Sweet Pain 7,400-pound modified. Took it to the beach and then some. You can find all of our dates on the IHRA Pro Pulling Series on our website, propulling.com. We will have our normal dates on our Champions Tour, and something new this year. You probably have heard about it. It's called the Fent High Stakes Series. The Fent High Stakes Series, we will be competing at 5 different tracks around the country, 8 different classes. We're going to start out June 5th and 6th, the Friday and Saturday in West Salem, Ohio. And then we will move to the Simons Track, 300 Raceway in Farley, Iowa. That'll be June 19th and 20th. Then we will go to Milan, Michigan, July 10th and 11th. August 7th and 8th, we will be in Hebron, Ohio. And then September 25th and 26th, we will wrap up the Fent High Stakes Series in Benson, North Carolina. 8 classes will compete each night. As you can see there on the graphic up there on the Jumbotron. Every one of those 8 classes, Darren, is going to pay $10,000 to the winner each night. So if you sweep a weekend, you're going to come home with 20 grand in your pocket. But yeah, each night, all 8 classes, we're giving $10,000 away to the winner. That's the Fent High Stakes Series. And guess what? We want you to be there at those events, fannies in the seats, but if you can't make it, you can watch it for free, no paywall. ProPulling.tv, Speedsport.tv, our Pro Pulling TV Facebook page, or our YouTube channel. That's the same way with our event here tonight. If you got friends who wanted to be here in Louisville tonight but couldn't make it for one reason or another, have them tune in to the live stream. Tonight's event is 100% free as well.
Yeah, so those 8 classes are modified tractors, pro stock tractors, hot rods, semis, super modified two-wheel drive trucks, the diesel super stock trucks, mini mods. So some great classes out on that high-spent, high-stakes tour.
All right, a name that is very synonymous with Freedom Hall. Wayne Bunnage, Ellery, Illinois, stronger than the storm. He is also a second-generation puller. His father, Niall Bunnage. Now, I think Niall Bunnage might be the only puller in history to pull 8-engine modified on this track. Niall Bunnage pulled 8-engine modified right here inside Freedom Hall.
Another interesting fact about Wayne Bunnage, he has competed every year here at the Mack Trailer Winter Nationals. His team finished second twice. This is Wayne's first time driving here at the Mack Trailer Winter Nationals. Had a liver transplant about 3 years ago. Loves this tractor, back on the track competing. Looking to set the mark to beat Wayne Bunnage.
Well, I think he saw that sand pile coming up awful fast, and he saw what happened to Craig Ulmer, and he backed out of the throttle. I'm thinking he was thinking, been there, done that. .233 and 88 is where the laser got him at. 2:33 and 88. Strong run there. Wayne Bunnage coming down the track. And as you can see that there, if you watched his right hand, as he had a full head of steam. All right, I'm down here with our track official, Jerry Nelson, and I just got the official confirmation. We're going to add even more weight to the sled, and Wayne is going to drop and come back later. I think he's going to drop 3 spots. So, yes, now you can't really see his right hand on this replay, but he had a full head of steam heading for the sand pile, and he saw what happened to Craig Ulmer. And as you can see right there, that's where he got out of that dead man throttle. So yes, we are going to add some more weight to that sled and restart the class once again. So right now, no official distance in our 7,400-pound super modified tractors. Chase Smith, Greenwich, Ohio. Chase Smith from Greenwich, Ohio is next with Outclassed. Then we will go back to the state of Texas, McAdoo, Texas, Cameron Neaves, Cotton Candy, and then Wayne Sullivan. 81-year-old young Wayne Sullivan, Warsaw, Kentucky, the Kentuckian. That's the list of the next 3 pullers here in our super modified tractor class. I will take blame, not credit, but I will take blame for the 2 sled resets, because here I'm bragging on Von Bauer on how he's got the binder and he's got everything. But here's what the deal is, Darren. Every year, the horsepower on these tractors and the torque and the power to the ground and the tires, everything about these machines just improves year after year after year. So yeah, so here I'm bragging that we very, very rarely have a sled reset, and now we got 2 of them. So that's my fault. But yeah, we got another suitcase weight thrown into that Ironman sled. We will restart the class. And we got our first competitor fired up. Chase Smith, Greenwich, Ohio.
Yeah, Chase Smith been on a bit of a roll here lately, a couple of wins already in the 2026 season. Looking to add another big one here in Freedom Hall, Louisville, Kentucky. Very historic and meaningful place in pulling history right here at Freedom Hall. Diesel mechanic by trade, owner of ProWay Truck Repair. Running 2 MBR, so Minor Brothers Racing engines, Adam Pester out of Southern Indiana, 1471 SSI blowers, and a chassis by Modern Machine, Van Buren, Indiana. Been pulling for 25 years.
No official distance yet in our 7,400-pound modified. Ironman sled said, "I'll get you." He got him. $223 even, 2-2-3 even for Outclassed. Out of Greenwich, Ohio, Chase Smith.
Diesel mechanic by trade and working on alcohol motors for a hobby. Chase Smith, owner of ProWay Truck Repair. Takes those 2 MBR engines out to the lead at 223 even.
I did get a clarification on something, Darren. Normally, during the farm show, we only have one test puller, and that's it. If we reset the sled, when we restart the class, we don't have a test puller. We do tonight, so each time, if there is a sled reset, the first puller will have the option. And he took that pull. So we are official. 2:23 even, 2:23.00 for Chase Smith, outclassed out of Greenwich, Ohio. Going back out to the Lone Star State, McAdoo, Texas, Cotton Candy, Cameron Neaves. He was here in February.
Yes, he was. Yes, he was.
All right, one distance in the book so far. 2:23 even, courtesy of Chase Smith. Cameron Neaves out of McAdoo, Texas. The Cotton Candy. Going to move into the number 2 spot, 219.56, 219 feet, .56. Cotton Farmers from the state of Texas, the Cotton Candy.
Cameron wanted to make sure we say hi to his dad, George. Couldn't be here this weekend, and it's tearing up that he's not here in person, but he is at home watching. So his crew is his nephew, Cameron Pascal. You're right, we've been talking about our Fent High Stakes series. 8 exciting classes on that high stakes tour. Modifieds, tool drives, minis, semis, pro stocks, super farms, 4-1s, and the diesel 4-wheel drives that were our first class out here this evening. So great, exciting tour at the Fent High Stakes series.
Our next puller comes to us from Warsaw, Kentucky. He is no stranger to pulling inside Freedom Hall here. Wayne Sullivan, the Kentuckian. And when I say he's no stranger, let me tell you a few of his stats. First of all, this gentleman is 81 years young. That's right, 81 years old, piloting a multi-engine modified. He first pulled inside Freedom Hall in 1974. Wayne Sullivan, he is the only puller to win on this dirt with a single engine modified, a twin engine modified, a 3-engine modified, and a 4-engine modified. That'll never be broke. There's no way that can ever be broke. So his first win came in 1977. He won back-to-back years, 1977 and 1978. That was with the single engine modified. He wants to have a little bit better luck than he had in February. He went out of bounds We had to DQ him in February. Now, look at the grill on this tractor. The grill on this tractor is from a Massey Harris 444. It's been on every one of his pulling tractors since 1970. So, chassis come and go. You update chassis, you update motors. The one thing that has stayed constant on this tractor since 1970 is that grill. That grill is from a Massey Harris 444. He was our Champions Tour points champion back in 2015, and he also did it in 2019. When I'm 81 years old, I hope I have as much spunk here as what Wayne Sullivan has. Once again, the distance to beat is 223 feet even. 223 even. From Warsaw, Kentucky, 81 years old, Wayne Sullivan and the Kentuckian. How about 242 feet, .07, 24207. You know, sometimes we talk about taking the lead with authority. He just took the lead with authority, folks. Coming at you right here on the replay, the Kentuckian in that Massey Harris 444 drill. He needed to go in excess of 223, and that's what he did.
That was a monster pass from Wayne Sullivan. Started drifting a little bit to the left, and he just hung right in there, carrying the front end. Beautiful pass. I mean, I don't think you could do any better than that. Great pass. Moves the mark to beat to 242.07. But there's still some big hitters back there.
Big hitter coming up. All the way from Montgomery, New York. The Empire State, Tom Owens, the Ramblin' Rose. Another father-son pulling team. Tom Owens and his son Dylan.
Yes, talked to them earlier today. Sullivan told me earlier today he has 7 wins here in Louisville, trying to make it number 8.
Yeah, give him a nice hand as we get him back down here into the winner's corner, the leader's corner, I should say. Sponsored by DAM Auction, DAM Auction. That, now, speaking of modified pullers, if you have ever heard the name Bruce Hutcherson, yeah, Bruce Hutcherson's daughter and Bruce Hutcherson's son-in-law, they have DAM Auction sponsor there of the Kentucky, and they got a big auction coming up next week, it's my understanding.
Leroy, I have to say, I just bought a Carhartt t-shirt. It's a retro edition t-shirt. It has Bruce Hutcherson's two-wheel drive truck on the back that was sponsored by Carhartt back in the day.
All right, setting the bar, Wayne Sullivan, 2:42.07. Tom Owens, Montgomery, New York, fired up. The Ramblin' Rose.
Tom normally runs 3 engines on this tractor, dropped down to 2 to come here to Freedom Hall and compete. Truck driver by trade, hay broker. They farm about 2,000 acres.
We've got Iowa, Illinois, Ohio, Texas, Kentucky, New York, Pennsylvania, all in this class. Here is our entry from Montgomery, New York. As you can see there on the screen, the chain has been pulled tight. Green flag on the sled. Green flag from our track officials. The Ramblin' Rose, Tom Owens. Sounds like Tom Owens may have dropped a valve right there. He has got his helmet and a fire sock off. Give him a tough luck round of applause all the way from Montgomery, New York. Tom Owens and the Ramblin' Rose. As you can see right there on the replay, something happened there in that left power plant. And see the oil gushing out there that left side. Coming down to get some oil dry, get our track back into condition for our next competitor. .83, 90 feet, and 83 will be the distance. While we're getting the track cleaned up, I want to direct your attention down here to the announcer stand area. Wayne, when I'm 81 years old, I hope I have as much energy as what you do. I'm down here with Wayne Sullivan. Wayne Sullivan, who happens to be leading our class with 242 feet and change.
Well, thank you very much. I've been blessed to have good health and enjoy this. This is great. I'm living a life of a dream.
You and I were talking in the pits earlier, and you told me something that I didn't know, that you're the only person in this arena to win with one engine, with a twin engine, with 3 engines, and with 4 engines.
Yeah, I've been really fortunate. I mean, I won the first one with a single engine in 1977, and then I won it with 2, and then I won it with 4, and then a 3, and this second engine. I love this 2-engine class. It's a great class. The drags can stop us and they're not afraid of us, and we can fly. I mean, I've had some great rides with 2 motors.
Now, Von Bauer was telling me earlier, he took over the sled duties in this building in 1975, 31 years ago. You told me you started pulling in here in 1974. Does that mean you hooked the Ollie Schaefer sled?
Oh, yeah. I hooked the Ollie, I think it was 1973, and I hooked the Ollie several times here.
Dang, you are old.
Yes, I am.
But you look good, and guess what? Look up there at that leaderboard. The Kentuckian, you're up there at the top right now. Give him a hand right now. Wayne Sullivan. And Wayne will be the first one to tell you. He might be leading now, but we got a lot of tough competitors still over there waiting in the wings. Next one up, Brad. I got to say his last name correctly. Myrodi. There we go. Lights out. Brad Myrodi, West Point, Iowa, will be our next competitor. We also have Don Nelson from Cat Spring, Texas, the Bullbuster, the Perfect Storm, Cory Forester, Chambersburg, Pennsylvania, Hush Money, Russell Phipps. Yep, okay, Wayne Bunnage might be coming back next, all right. We also have Russell Phipps, Hush Money, Kane, Illinois, and we're hoping Craig Ulmer gets his front end repaired, the Sweet Pain modified out of Larchwood, Iowa. He took her to the beach pretty hard, messed up that front end, but he's hoping to come back. At the conclusion of this class, we will hook our smoke tube back up for our final two smoker classes. We will have our Pro Stock tractors, 16 of them here this evening. And then we'll wrap up the evening with our Super Stock, our Hot Rod semis. So yes, Abby Asher, you were correct. We have Wayne Bunnage, Stronger Than the Storm, coming in next.
Cory Forester, you've been outside and staging, so you haven't really seen what's going on, but you said you've been tracking along on your phone. What are you seeing with the track?
The track looks phenomenal. Like, I think it's, people talk about how good this track is, but I think everyone's really realizing how good the track is.
Now, what expectations do you have for yourself going into this pull?
Oh, wow. I'm a rookie. I've been pulling my whole life, but I'm a rookie behind the modified. The Foresters are known for diesel Ford tractors. This V8 mod is just a little bit new to us, so my expectations is obviously always the win, but a top 5 finish with this crowd I think will be great.
Now, your first hook of the day, are there any kind of jitters before you go?
I didn't have jitters until you came over and asked me to come on TV. I was good till then.
Well, thank you so much. That's Cory Forester. We're looking forward to seeing him in just a second.
The mark to beat, 2:42 and 14. All right, here he comes. Wayne Bunnage, Ellery, Illinois. Nice run. Looks like it'll probably put him into the number 2 spot. We will see. Looks like he will be short of that 2:42 leading distance, courtesy of Wayne Sullivan. Stronger Than the Storm, Wayne Bunnage. Second generation puller out of Ellery, Iowa. 2:25.09. Yes, that's good enough to put him in the number 2 spot. 2:25 and 09. Our new number 2 man. Our top 3 right now, number 3, outclassed. Chase Smith, Greenwich, Ohio. He's sitting in the number 3 spot at 2:23. And number 2 currently, that's our new number 2 man right there, getting backed into the corner. Stronger Than the Storm, Wayne Bunnage, 25.09. And the Kentuckian Wayne Sullivan, Warsaw, Kentucky, 2:42.14, our current leader. Next up, we're going to be looking from West Point, Iowa, Brad Myrodi, lights out.
So we talk about the experience of Wayne Sullivan, pulling here since 1973, all the trips he's made down this track. Brad Myrodi, this is his 9th trip down the track with this tractor. So very, very new to the modified division. Just bought this tractor last year and making his first pass and appearance here at Freedom Hall in Louisville. We talk about people moving around classes. Brad started pulling garden tractors, moved to two-wheel drive trucks, had some good success, and then up to this light modified last year.
All right, he's backed into that Ironman sled. From the Hawkeye State, from West Point, Iowa, Brad Myrodi, and lights out. Well, that distance that you see on the board, I'm pretty sure I have to get official word from the track crew, but I think he can scratch that distance because I think he's going to hear those two letters no puller likes to hear, which is DQ. Let's take a look at the replay. I'm pretty sure that while the lights were green on the sled and the flag was green from our track official, he drifted over to the left, kept drifting and drifting and drifting, and there you see the chalk flying. And anytime any portion of your pulling vehicle hits that chalk, that is a disqualification. So and we did get official word. He is a disqualification. Give him a nice round of applause. Tough luck round of applause. That's not what he came all the way from Iowa to do. Brad Myrodi.
Leroy, you talked about it earlier about this track sometimes tends to pull vehicles to the left and to the left. And unfortunately, Brad Myrodi got pulled too far to the left there.
Well, we saw Cameron Neaves from McAdoo, Texas a little bit earlier in the class where you're going to go back to the Lone Star State. Cat Spring, Texas, that is. Donald Nelson And the Bull Buster up next in our 7,400-pound modified class. We want to give another shout out to Mike Conny and his 1,700 employees of Mack Trailer, putting on our Mack Trailer Winter Nationals here as part of the Mid-America Truck Show. Thank you, Mike Conny and Mack Trailer, for your involvement with the IHRA Pro Pulling Series.
So we're seeing Donald Nelson spot that sled farther over to the right-hand side, to the right of center. We haven't seen anybody, especially in the modified class, over to the right-hand side of center.
Well, Donald might have seen what happened to Brad Myrodi. He said, I'm staying away from that left-hand side.
It's a little more room for error there the farther you start off to the right. This tractor has two Convini Hemis, SSI 1471 superchargers. Chassis originally built by the legendary Joe Ader and refurbished by Modern Machine. Donald's been pulling since 1981.
We talk about a lot of father-son pulling teams. Donald actually has a father and daughter pulling team. If you were here in February, you would have saw his daughter Mindy piloting the two-wheel drive truck here at the National Farm Machinery Show. Mark DeBeat is 242 feet and change, courtesy of Wayne Sullivan. They say everything is bigger in Texas. Let's see if he can make a big pass here. Donald Nelson and the Bull Buster. Nice pass there for Donald. I know it was not good enough to take over that top spot, but did he slide in the number 2 spot? Needed to go in excess of 225 to get in the 2 spot. How about 228 and 82? 228.82. So yes, new number 2 man. 228 and 82, Donald Nelson out of Cat Spring, Texas.
Leroy, you did call that one. You said he moved it over to the right, give him more room for error over there along left-hand side, and it definitely drifted hard left at about 200 feet. Started going hard left as we watch this replay. Trying to keep it straight and keep it in bounds, and does, and pulls into second place. 228.82. 3 tractors left to go.
Let's hope there's 3 tractors. Let's hope that Craig Ulmer and the Sweet Pain got that front end straightened out and put back together. We'll be looking for Cory Forester and the Perfect Storm out of Chambersburg, Pennsylvania up next. Look at the beautiful graphics on that tractor out of the Lone Star State, the Bull Buster. You know, he spotted a sled over toward the right-hand side because he knew it was going to be pulling him. He's drifting over to the left-hand side. He wanted to stay in between those 35-foot wide chalk lines. Good enough to put him into the number 2 spot, 2:28 and 82. And I'm hearing that Craig Ulmer may not be able to come back, so we probably only have 2 left in the class. The Perfect Storm, Cory Forester, and then we'll wrap up the class with Russell Phipps, Kane, Illinois, and Hush Money.
All right, Ford fans, a different engine combination coming to the track right now. Cory Forester with 2 572 Ford Hemis. Cory and his family own 7 New Holland dealerships from Pennsylvania, Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware. Just celebrated their 50th year in business.
This will be our first look at a tractor from the Keystone State. All the way from Chambersburg, Pennsylvania. The Perfect Storm, Cory Forester. $193 and 25, 193.25 for the Perfect Storm. Cory Forester out of Chambersburg, Pennsylvania. Once again, pulling to the left there. 193 and 25 is the distance for the Perfect Storm. 1 left. Hush Money. Russell Phipps, Kane, Illinois. Russell Phipps comes from a line of pullers as well. His dad, Ron Phipps, the late, great Ron Phipps. They were longtime mini rod pullers for years and years. The Cornfield Cruiser pulling team. And Ron Phipps passed his driving duties down to his son, Russell Phipps, and now Russell's son, Mitchell Phipps, also doing some driving. So 3 generations of pullers there in the Kane, Illinois family. Russell Phipps and Steve Hood partners in on this tractor called Hush Money.
Final competitor in the class.
We are going to see if we save the best for last. final competitor in our 7,400-pound super modified tractors. Wayne's back here with his fingers crossed. Russell Phipps doing the driving tonight. His son, Mitchell Phipps, out there on the track, guiding Dad back into the sled. As you can see on the front end, it says the Cornfield Cruiser Pulling Team.
Russell won a IHRA PPL Western Series title back in 2022 with his two-wheel drive truck.
If Russell Phipps wants to take the win, he's going to need to go in excess of 2:42 and 14. That's where the leading distance is set right now, courtesy of the Kentuckian Wayne Sullivan. All right, let's go green one final time. Hush money, Russell Phipps, Kane, Illinois. Oh, round of applause over here in the corner. Lots of smiles for the Sullivan pulling team. .140 and 39. 140.39 will be the official distance there for Russell Phipps, Kane, Illinois. We're going to have Wayne go over here in the corner in the winner's circle and speak to Kristen Banks on the live stream. So all the folks watching at home on ProPolling.tv and SpeedSport.tv, and also on our Facebook page and our YouTube channel. And then we'll get Wayne out here to speak to the crowd here at Freedom Hall. Congratulations, Wayne Sullivan, our winner in our super modified tractors.
Wayne Sullivan, this is your 8th win here at this track. What does it mean to you personally?
Oh, it means a lot. I mean, this is more or less my home. I just live real close, and we've been pulling here a long time. And I got a world of friends that comes down to watch me pull, and it's great. I mean, I've been really fortunate to have a privilege to win that many times, but and my health has stayed good where I can do it.
Now talk about your truck being named the Kentuckian and winning in Kentucky in front of hometown fans. What was that pass like?
Well, it's great because years ago when I first started pulling, I didn't have a name on it, and I was going to call it the Train. And we was up in Ohio and Indiana pulling all the time, and the fellow pullers said, "There's that damn Kentuckian back up here." So I told my wife, I said, I think they named my tractor. I'm going to call it, they call me the damn Kentucky. She said, well, you can call it the Kentucky, but don't call it the damn Kentucky.
Well, congratulations, Wayne Sullivan. That was an awesome hook. That is the Kentuckian that took home the win in that light modified tractor.
I need to thank some people. I like to thank Sapico Oil, and I like to thank the Dam Auction and the Light Equipment Company and the Cruiser Kettle Company, and all my boys, Steve Grouse and Bonzi and Danny Webster and Donnie and Danny. I mean, I just get to drive it. We got a big family. we work on it. We really put a lot of effort in this, and to come down here and do this is really great.
Well, congratulations, sir. A great win. That is Wayne Sullivan and his team behind him.
Hey, before we talk to Wayne Sullivan, I want to introduce the third member of our broadcast team. Of course, you know myself, Leroy Schluter, and Darren Hartwell. Kristen Banks. Kristen, welcome to the IHRA Pro Pulling League. I mean, you do other work with the IHRA, but this is your first experience with the Pro Pulling League, correct?
I gotta say, this is my first time at a pro pulling event, and I love horsepower, I love loud engines, and this is just that.
Well, we got loud here, as you can see from our modified tractor, so we definitely got loud. So Leslie Mears is normally our pit reporter, but she also does a lot with the Monster Jam, so she had another assignment. So we are so glad to have Kristen Banks as part of our IHRA PPL crew.
Well, thank you so much. I know I have some big shoes to fill, and I'm trying, and I'm having a blast with all of y'all. It's fun being here, and thank you so much for having me.
She's not really talking to the Freedom Hall crowd, but she is now. Give her a warm round of applause and a welcome. Kristen Banks, our third member of our PPL broadcast team. Thanks, Kristen. All right, where'd Wayne go? Wayne, come on up here. You know, Wayne, normally when I interview someone who's leading the class before the class is over, that usually jinxes them. They usually don't end up winning the class.
I know, I was lucky tonight.
You got lucky. Okay, so you've had a lot of firsts here inside Freedom Hall. You've got another new first. This is your first win in the Mack Trailer Winter Nationals.
Yeah, I'd like to thank Mack Trailer. I mean, it's great he has his pull, and I tell you what, he makes one whale of a trailer. I've known him for a long time, and what he does for the sport is really great. So anybody needs a trailer, be sure and go see the gentleman.
Thank you for your shout out there to Mike Conny and his 1,700 employees. Heck of an event they're putting on here tonight. Speaking of a heck of a things, you made a heck of a pass right there and when you took the lead, it wasn't just taking the lead by a few feet. You took the lead with authority.
Well, we hit everything right, and I didn't goof it up driving, so it made it pretty good. I'm glad I'd done pretty good because during the farm show, I run out of bounds right along here.
I wasn't going to bring that up, but you did bring it up here. If anyone was here in February, you got to hear those two letters that no puller likes to hear. And we're not talking about Dairy Queen, the DQ. Yeah, you went out of bounds to the right. So you redeemed yourself this evening.
Yeah, I mean, tonight when I come down through there, it started coming over this way, and I picked my foot up to hit the brake, and it straightened itself up, so I didn't goof it up.
We're going to see you on the Fendt High Stakes Series, right?
Oh, I don't know about that. This 2-engine class, I really love it.
That's right. I forgot. We're doing the 7,400 modified here for the farm show, or for the Mack Trailer Nationals. Corrected me. Thank you. But
well, that's a great class, and everybody ought to be able to go watch that. And it's a good deal if they put that kind of money up.
And they're going to be able to watch it for free if you can't be there. So once again, Wayne Sullivan, he's our winner in our 7,400-pound modifieds. 81 years young. Love you, Wayne. Give him a hand. The Kentuckian. Great family, the Sullivan Pulling family there. Son Donnie over here with him. Donnie, multiple-time champion with the two-wheel drive trucks. All right, looks like we got our smoke tube hooked up. We've got our sled reset for 16 of our 10,200-pound Pro Stock tractors. We are going to start it out with Brandon Simon, loud and heavy, Farley, Iowa. Speaking of the Fendt High Stakes Series, we are going to go to Brandon's track Brandon and RJ Simon, the 300 Raceway in Farley, Iowa. That will be stop number 2 on our 2026 Fent High Stakes Series, June 10th and 20th, or June 19th and 20th. There we go, June 19th and 20th. If you've never been to Farley, Iowa, the 300 Raceway, it's been named the Pro Pulling Series Event of the Year several times, and there's a reason for that. And like I mentioned, we're going to be there June 19th and 20th in Farley, Iowa. And Brandon Simon, he will be our test puller here in our Pro Stock class, the Loud and Heavy.
IHRA Fent High Stakes Series, modified tractors, two-wheel drive trucks, mini modifieds, hot rod semis, pro stock tractors, super farm tractors, 4.1 pro stock tractors, and super stock diesel four-wheel drives.
Rob Russell, 6 weeks ago, you won here on this track. Do you feel like you have an advantage?
I don't know if it's an advantage, but we've got the same exact setup in. The track looked really good, and if I can do what I did here on Saturday afternoon on February 14th, we'll be competitive.
Now, after this first hook, what are you looking for?
Well, I mean, I'll just see how his front end, how he leaves the line, how he accelerates and how the sled reacts on the other end to him.
Now, depending on how it accelerates and how it reacts, what will any kind of changes you'll make?
Well, he drives usually pretty hard off the line, so if it works and gets there, then I'll probably maybe a little more aggressive like he drives. If not, I may take it a little easier and use the clutch a little more. We'll kind of look at his weight. I got to kind of have a deal with that tractor weighs. It used to belong to a really good friend of mine. So we'll kind of go off of it, kind of gauge a little bit, but this class is so tough, you just got to kind of shoot for it.
Now, who do you think your toughest competition is in this pro stock tractor class?
When you come here, it's the Masterson farms on Louisville, but they're all tough here. I mean, this is a stacked deck, but I'd have to say Masterson's got the edge right now.
Well, thank you so much. That's Rob Russell. We look forward to seeing that hook from you.
Thank you.
16 of the toughest running pro stocks in the country. And that's what you're going to see here tonight, Darren.
Yeah, we're starting it off with a big hitter, the Loud and Heavy out of Farley, Iowa, Brandon Simon. 4 brands represented. We have John Deere, Case IH, Fent, and Massey Ferguson.
Our very first puller in the class, no stranger to the winner's circle, either on the pro stock side or on the modified side. He loves the dirt here inside of Freedom Hall. Same tractor name, although this is a new unit. This Loud and Heavy, a new unit to the Simon pulling team.
If you're looking to get into pulling, talk to the Simons. They have a lot of things. They're for sale, but not on sale.
That's right. All right, here we go. The pro stocks, Loud and Heavy, Brandon Simon, Farley, Iowa. He will be our test puller. And our 2026 Mack Trailer Winter Nationals. That's how we get our pro stock started. A beautiful John Deere 7930 out of Farley, Iowa. He is our test puller. We will see if we have the Iron Man sled set as we want. .239 and 88, 239.88. That is where the laser shot him. We're going to find out if Brandon is going to take that hook. Let's take a look at the replay. As I mentioned, Same tractor name, new unit for the Simon polling team. Keeps it over there on the left-hand side, but does keep it inbounds.
Word from Trackside Technical is he did accept that hook.
All right, so the sled is set, and he accepted that hook, so the mark to beat now is going to be 2:39 and 88. As we look at the replay there, loud and heavy, making a picture-perfect pass to set that leading distance at 2:39 and 88. The first of 16 pro stocks we will see here this evening.
How many John Deere fans do we have here tonight? The first 5 tractors out of the gate are all John Deeres. How about Case IH? How about Massey Ferguson? And then our friends from Fent.
Yeah, our Fent, it's only going to be making its second pass ever. It made its maiden voyage right here in Freedom Hall during the National Farm Machinery Show. R.J. Simon was behind the wheel that Saturday afternoon for the maiden voyage. Brian Long out of Williamsburg, Ohio, will be piloting the Make It Happen Fent this evening. But we have a few tractors between now and then. Currently hooked to the business end of the Bauer sled, the bootlegger, Jason Savanovic out of Rockwood, Pennsylvania. Once again, 2:39 and 88, the mark to beat. Here comes the Jason Savanovic, Rockwood, Pennsylvania. Green light on the sled, green flag from our track officials, the bootlegger. Wow. Beautiful 410.
Leroy, that's something we haven't seen here tonight as a tractor drift off to the right-hand side of the track. Like you said earlier, most of the time they've been going left, but Jason Savanovic drifted over here to the right-hand side of the track.
He was looking to go in excess of 239 and change. He's going to end up a little short, 234 feet, 0.23, 234 and 23. And as you can see, starts drifting over to that right-hand side. Those Mitas tires biting into this Freedom Hall dirt. Beautiful camera work from our production crew with ProPulling.tv and SpeedSport.tv. You can also catch all the action on our Pro Pulling TV Facebook page, as well as our YouTube channel. And the best part, it's all free. If you are enjoying what you are seeing here tonight inside Freedom Hall and you wish that someone was here watching it with you, tell them to join into our free live stream and they can watch it with you. Green with Envy, Elijah Brown, Clay, Kentucky. Due up next. Being backed into the smoke tube. Thanks once again to Stacey Anthony and his crew with Ag Revolution, providing our track preparation equipment out here tonight. Ag Revolution, 12 stores throughout the state of Illinois, Indiana, Kentucky, and Ohio. One final pass from our track packer there, Keenan Brault, and then we will go green. .239.88. That's the leading distance, courtesy of Brandon Simon. All right, here we go. Green with Envy. Elijah Brown, second generation puller out of Clay, Kentucky. Yeah, his dad, Denny Brown, long-time puller in this pro stock class. Has his sons involved now. Elijah doing the driving here this evening. .230.19, 230 feet. And 19 is the distance for Elijah Brown with the Green with Envy out of Clay, Kentucky. As you can see, getting backed into the smoke tube, our first of two entries from the Conny pulling team. James Ray, Salem, Ohio, will be piloting the Mac Nasty tonight.
made that far. Brandon Simon, you were the test hook, and you had a pull of 2:38.88. What went behind that decision to keep it?
Just put a lot of work into it, and we just figured it was a good run, and we hope it holds up. But there's a lot of tough competitors here yet chasing me down, so we get in the top 3 with it, we'll be happy.
Did you get out of the track what you expected?
Yeah, the track's really good. Just happy to be here at Mats and IHRA for everything they're doing for the sport. We're looking forward to the season, and all you guys on live stream tonight, enjoy it today, and then get on for the high stakes and the Champions Tour. It's going to be a lot of fun this summer to be watching in on what we're up to this summer.
Now, speaking of that high stakes tour, what kind of data are you trying to get out of tonight?
Just trying to get some data on that new tractor. We just acquired it, and pro stocks are a lot of work, so we're just trying to keep it together and make some good laps with it.
What's that feeling of sitting on top of the board knowing that you could get knocked out at any moment?
It's a little nervous, but it is what it is. We're here to have fun. My wife and kids are here in the stands, and just all the good fans that are out here tonight, and just everybody. I can't thank them enough, and all my crew for sticking with me and helping me to get down here.
Well, thank you so much. That's Brandon Simon on top of the leaderboard for the Pro Stock Tractor.
Tate Ray continues to hit the Mac Nasty with ether to keep it running. James Ray gets ready to take the track, looking to go farther than 2:39.88. Brandon Simon with the loud and heavy, your current leader.
All right, out of the Buckeye State, Salem, Ohio, James Ray. And the Mac Nasty John Deere Pro Stock. Trying to go into excess of 2:39.88. Good pass there for the Mac Nasty. That might shake things up in the top 3. John Deere 8410. Yes, indeed, that does shake things up. Moving into the number 2 spot, 236 and 35, 236 feet, .35, our new number 2 man. I think I had some fuzzy math a while ago, Darren. I said, maybe I said 1975 for Von Bauer. It's 1995, his first time here. 31 years he's been here, so 95. And I even got it written on my sheet right, but someone texted me and said that, hey, you said that wrong. So, but yeah, 1995 was the first year that the Von Bauer was here with the Ironman sleds, 31 years.
Leroy, in your defense, maybe early on you did say that, but later on you did say 1995 as well. So you're good.
All right. Now, the tractor backing in the sled now, I can tell you some facts about this one. This tractor has been down the track here several times here in Freedom Hall. It's a tractor. I used to do a lot of announcing with the ITPA, the Illinois Tractor Pulling Association. And this tractor has been on quite a few of the Illinois tracks. It used to belong to the Justiceson family, David Justiceson and Patricia Justiceson. This is the old corn-fed tractor. So if you remember the corn-fed tractor that was put together by Tantrum Enterprises, Lance Little and Chris Little and his crew from Tuscola, Illinois, this is the old corn-fed tractor that used to be in the Justiceson stable. It now resides in the state of Texas, Nordheim, Texas, that is. The bull wagon, Conley Metting, doing the piloting tonight.
Your runner-up last year in Champions Tour points. Good season for the team out of Nordheim, Texas. Finished second and third in Champions Tour points.
We will see his brother Conley later in the class. These guys are also second-generation pullers. All right, here we go. The 2:39.88, the mark to beat. From the Lone Star State, Nordheim, Texas, Conley Metting and the bull wagon. Right there, the John Deere 6030. Nick McCormick's favorite tractor. And if Nick McCormick is watching on the live stream, he knows I'm saying that totally with the tongue in cheek. But yeah, the bull wagon, he goes 2:33 and 81, 2:33.81.
Do you mean Nick McCormick of the Nasty Stuff?
The Nasty Stuff, yes. The one and only. All right, let's take a look at the replay here on the bull wagon, Conley Metting, Nordheim, Texas. Starts over there on the left-hand side, straight pass. I wasn't looking at his feet at all, but I'm not for sure if he had to hit his brakes one time there. He'll move into the number 4 spot with that pass, 2:33 and 81. Our top three right now, Jason Simonovic, the bootlegger, 2:34.23. Mac Nasty sitting in the number 2 spot, James Ray at 2:36.35. And our test puller, Brandon Simon, he had the option of taking that hook or turning it down. So far, his choice of accepting that pull has been a wise choice. He sits in the lead at 2:39 and 88.
Yeah, the Metting family for many years would put on a bigger turbo to come pull here at the farm show. And then a couple of years ago, they made the commitment to put on that big turbo, leave it on, and run here in the Midwest for most of the summer. So good to see them back here. Want to give a shout out to our sponsors, Fence, Hot Shot Secret, Ag Revolution for supplying our vehicles out here tonight, and Summit Racing Products.
Now, if anyone was here back in February last month for the National Farm Machinery Show, if you were here for the Saturday afternoon session, you would have seen this tractor right here lay down a monster pass and win the Saturday afternoon session of our Pro Stocks. We're talking about the Workhorse Pro, Rob Russell. He comes to us from Prescott, Iowa. We have one Iowa tractor in the lead. I bet this other Iowa tractor would like to knock him off that top spot.
Yeah, Rob won several Grand National titles in the Super Stock division, moved to Pro Stock, has won championships in the Pro Stock division, number 9 last year in Champions Tour points. How many red bands do we have? First one out here this evening, and it's a good one. Rob Russell, Prescott, Iowa.
Yeah, it's not that traditional Case IH red. I love the color of this candy apple red here on this Workhorse Pro. From Prescott, Iowa, Rob Russell, the Workhorse Pro in our 10,200-pound Pro Stocks. Well, that Iron Man sled getting them stopped tonight. You can see there on the screen, Rob shaking his head. That's not the pass he wanted. 228 and 80, 228.80. That will keep him outside of the top 5 currently. .228 feet, .80 for the Workhorse Pro Rob Russell, Prescott, Iowa. You know, when you talk about Pro Stocks, if there is one name, if I were to ask the majority of the people in the Freedom Hall seats tonight, when you think of the Pro Stock class, give me a last name. Just give me a last name. Who do you think of? The Masterson name would probably be at the top of the list for most everybody in here. Kevin Masterson, Grandview, Indiana, the River Rat, backing into the sled right now.
So this is the 4th edition of the Mack Trailer Winter Nationals. The last 2, Kevin Masterson has been your winner here in Freedom Hall. I mean, just the success of the River Rat tractor, especially here at Freedom Hall, but all over the country. But here at Freedom Hall, just dominant. Your defending Champions Tour champion,
Brandon Simon continues to set the mark loud and heavy, 239 and 88. All right, the River Rat, green light on the Ironman sled. He's going to roll a chain tight. Green flag from our track officials. The River Rat, Kevin Masterson, Grandview, Indiana. Never, ever bet against a Masterson tractor. He stayed in that throttle all the way to the beach. And safe to say, we are going to have a new leader. He needed to go in excess of 239 and 88. How about 249 feet even? 249 and 00.
What a pass for Kevin Masterson. A lot of people are planning their spring break trips to the beach. Kevin Masterson just took the River Rat 60-30 John Deere there. Let's watch the replay.
He drew the number 7. As you can see, the number 7 on the front. And the number 7 was the lucky number 7 for him tonight so far. John Deere 60-30 out of Grandview, Indiana. The River Rat going to the top of the leaderboard. Oh, what a beautiful pass. Now, if you notice, he took a little bit different path. He was just to the right of center. He started that sled right down smack dab in the center of the track, and he worked his way over here onto the right-hand side. He may have found some fresh dirt that hadn't been worked yet, that hadn't been used up by his competitors.
Great pass by the River Rat to take over the lead.
All right, getting back into the smoke tube right now from St. Paul. Excuse me. To make it happen. How could I miss this? Brian Long, Williamsburg, Ohio. This tractor has only been hooked to a sled one time. This is only going to be the second pass ever for the Fent Make It Happen tractor. If anyone was here in February for the farm show, the Saturday afternoon session, R.J. Simon made the maiden voyage on the Fent Make It Happen Pro Stock. We take the top 3 from every session to the finals, and he just missed out transferring to the Saturday night finals, finished in the number 4 spot. So R.J. Simon was piloting the tractor in February. Brian Long, Williamsburg, Ohio, doing the driving tonight. The brand new Fent Make It Happen. And I have just gotten word, folks, from the track crew. We have set a full pull mark. The full pull mark has been set at 246 even. All right, 246 even is going to be the full pull mark. So right now, we've got Kevin Masterson at 249. If anyone goes 246 or further than that, we will have a pull-off. So a full pull mark 248, my bad, 248. 248 feet will be the full pull mark. There we go, all right.
So we'll see Brian Lung in the Make It Happen Fent all season long on the Fent High Stakes Series. 5 stops this summer.
I'll tell you what, our corporate sponsor, Fent, is making it happen with the High Stakes Series. Let's see if Brian Lung can make it happen here tonight on our 10,200-pound pro stocks out of Williamsburg. All right, Fent fans, let me hear you. Ooh.
Brian Lung was on a pass. He was taking a different path. He started over here to the right center, was drifting to the left center, and drifting left and came to a screeching halt, unfortunately.
Not the pass that he wanted, but we will see that tractor out on this Fent High Stakes Series this summer. Oh, right there. .185 feet, 0.18, 185 and 18. Matt Holland, you're up next. Matt Holland from St. Paul, Indiana, the glutton for punishment. Folks, give him a hand as he exits the arena. Brian Long, make it happen, that beautiful Fent.
Okay, Case IH fans, comes another opportunity for you. We got 2 green ones over here in the corner holding down the lead. Case IH 380, looking to go farther than 248 even and qualify for force a pull-off here this afternoon in Freedom Hall.
He comes to us from St. Paul, Indiana. Matt Holland, a glutton for punishment.
Spots a sled just right of center. We are at the halfway point of our pro stock class.
Well, I'll tell you what he did. He saw the path that Kevin Masterson took down here to take over that top spot. He thought he would go right there in Kevin's tracks. Made a good pass, but not going to be good enough to take over the top spot. Let's see if he finds himself a spot somewhere in the top three. .231 feet, .03, 231 and 03. So our top three will remain the same. McNasty with James Ray sitting number 3 at 236.35. Loud and heavy. Brandon Simon currently number 2, 239.88. And Kevin Masterson in the River Rat. He's at 249, and we have set a full distance of 248. All right. We have got a total of 16 in the class. We've seen 9 of them. 7 to go. Next one will be the injected funds. John Deere out of Red Granite, Wisconsin, Brent Meyer.
Brent Meyer came onto the scene 3 years ago and has done nothing but win since he brought this injected funds tractor out.
All right, look at the sled placement here. He is way over on the right hand, our left, his right-hand side of the track.
I'm here with Conley Metting. He's getting ready for his hook right now. Conley, are there any nerves?
No, not really.
What do you expect out of this tractor here?
I'm not really sure. I don't drive it very often, but hoping to do good. My brother pulled a while ago, so we're going to make a few changes and hope for the best.
Now, you and your brother are both in this class. Is there any kind of competition between you two?
No, not really. Maybe in the summer, but when we come up here to a big pull like this, we usually hope each of us can do as good as we can.
Well, good luck. We look forward to seeing this hook from you. That's Conley Metting on the Bulletproof Buck.
Louisville, Kentucky, the Mack Trailer Winter Nationals. We appreciate the support from Hot Shot Secret, Ag Revolution for supplying the equipment out here this afternoon, and Summit Racing Products.
As I mentioned, we run these tractors at 10,000 pounds on the outdoor circuit, 10,200 pounds on the indoor tracks, 680 cubic inches is what we limit the engine size to. They run 24/5, 32 tires.
The people driving by on 65 are probably wondering what is going on with Freedom Hall, that big black smoke pouring out the roof. If you've not seen the video of that, it's pretty cool to watch a video from outside when a pulling vehicle is running, the smoke pouring out the outside. It's pretty neat.
He is trying to go in excess of 248 to join Kevin Masterson in the pull-off. From Red Granite, Wisconsin, Brent Meyer and Injected Funds. Going to end up short of that pull-off distance. Beautiful John Deere 7310R out of the Badger State. And the laser shoots him at 220 and 31, 220 feet, .31. We are going to stay with the John Deere, but we're just going to go to a little bit different color. The Industrial Force John Deere, Tim Borwald, out of Scotch Grove, Iowa. And I have just been informed we have a driver change. Tim Borwald is not doing the driving tonight. Jason Round. Jason Round will be doing the driving on the Industrial Force.
Jason's going to stay over here to this far right-hand side, trying to get to that 248-foot mark and force a pull-off. Kevin Masterson still sitting up top at 249 even. We have set a full pull mark at 248. Six tractors left to go.
All right, once again, this is Jason Round. Driving the Industrial Force John Deere out of Iowa. Full pull distance has been set at 248. We have one in excess of that. That would be Kevin Masterson. Shout out once again to Lemke Motorsports, Rob Lemke and the crew, sponsoring our Pro Stock class for the IHRA Pro Pulling Series all season long. All right, we're going green. Green on the sled, green from our track officials. Jason Round, the Industrial Force John Deere out of Iowa. Needs to go in excess of 248 and change. The Industrial Force. John Deere, Jason Round.
Jason Round started to do a cross track, started over here in that right-hand corner, started drifting towards the center. Didn't make it all the way to the left-hand sideline, but good run for Jason Round.
Yeah, they're trying to find that perfect spot, that sweet spot. 229.75, 229 and 75 for the John Deere 5020 of Jason Rowan out of Iowa. Don't forget to visit the IHRA Pro Pulling Series merchandise trailer up there on the concourse. Go see Cheryl and Lily. Cheryl and Lily have got all the brand new 2026 IHRA Pro Pulling Series merchandise. They can fix you up. Here comes another tractor from the Metting stable. We saw Connor Metting earlier in class. This will be Conley Metting. And once again, this is a tractor that you used to see the tracks in the state of Illinois quite often. Tractor put together by Tantrum Enterprises from Lance Little and Chris Little. Now it's made its way down to Texas, to Nordheim, Texas. The Bulletproof Buck. Beautiful John Deere 830. Man, I've always loved this tractor.
Yeah, this is a beautiful tractor. Very unique. You know, you don't see a lot of John Deere 830s out on the circuit. So Metting's going to spot the sled back in the center of the track. Try some different dirt. Everybody's trying to figure out what Kevin Masterson did tonight. But I think they've been trying to figure that out for a long time here in Louisville, what the Masterson family does.
Both Connor and Conley Metting, second-generation pullers. Their father, Clint Metting, longtime puller there in the state of Texas.
Please visit IHRA.com. You can get access to the Pro Pulling Series there. You can see all of the exciting series sanctioned by IHRA in all the different motorsport disciplines, and a great calendar of events at IHRA.com.
Once again, the full pull mark has been set at 248. 248, we have one that has surpassed that mark so far. That's Kevin Masterson, the River Rat. All right, Conley Metting, he rolls the chain tight. John Deere, 830 from the Lone Star State, from Nordheim, Texas. Here comes the Bulletproof Buck. Well, he tried this dirt over here on this side. Not going to happen tonight. Started out in the center, moved his way over to the right-hand side. And the Ironman gets him stopped at 2:12 and 59. 212 feet, .59 for the bulletproof buck, Conley Metting, out of Nordheim, Texas. Folks, give Conley a nice round of applause. Beautiful John Deere 830. Conley all the way from Nordheim, Texas. And the bulletproof buck. All right, earlier in the class, we saw the first entry from the Mack trailer stable. We saw the Mack Nasty, James Ray. He currently sitting in the number 3 spot, 236 and 35. Here's the other half of the Mack pulling team, the Mack Daddy, Julia Conny doing the driving, Beloit, Ohio. Thanks once again to Mike Conny and his 1,700 employees of Mack Trailer for putting on our 2026 Mack Trailer Winter Nationals here in Freedom Hall in conjunction with the Mid-America Truck Show.
Leroy, you touched on it when you were talking to Mike before we started the pull here tonight. You can't go anywhere without seeing a Mack trailer. I mean, it doesn't matter if you're driving through your hometown. You know, we had Mack trailers on the farm, driving down the interstate. No matter where you go, you see that big Mack logo and those great Mack trailers going up and down, hauling all different kinds of cargo all across the United States and into Canada.
And they're not always new. And the reason why they're not always new is because it's a dang good trailer. They last. Very good workmanship, made in America.
Yeah, just what a cool story. You know, Mike talks about how he started in a one-bay garage and built the company to what it is today.
Julia does not need to beat Kevin Masterson's distance. She only needs to go in excess of 248, and that will put her in a pull-off with Kevin Masterson. The full pull mark has been set at 248, and so far, Kevin Masterson is the only one to exceed that. All right, here we go, green. Julia Ray, Beloit, Ohio, the Mack Daddy, Pro Stock. Woo! John Deere 8410 out of Ohio. 223 and 72, 223 feet, .72 for the Mac Daddy. Not the pass that Julia wanted, but we still have one of the Mac tractors in the top three. The Mac Nasty sitting 236.35. There's the camera shot from right behind the sled as we take off from the start line. And that carries through to a distance of 223 feet, .72. All right, coming into the track now. From Salem, Ohio, the only Massey Ferguson in the class, Carlton Cope and the Warpath. Okay, Darren, everybody has got that moment where you remember where you were at exactly when something happened. Let me do a flashback to February 2013. February 2013, the National Farm Machinery Show Finals right here on a Saturday night. I know I was sitting right up here in section 308. I was sitting in a second row. Yeah, right there. I was sitting in row number 2. I was sitting behind John and Brenda Moomaw, dearly departed John and Brenda Moomaw. That's where I was sitting when Carlton Cope got back into the smoke tube, and he won here in Freedom Hall in February of 2013. And Butch Krieger had this arena whipped into a frenzy. I think all 18,000 people came out of their seat when Carlton Cope went over there and won there on Saturday night there in February 2013. And like I said, I remember I was sitting right there and watched it happen.
Yeah, the Warpath has made some monster passes as those exhaust manifolds glow that cherry red to match the red paint. And Carlton Cope, former national champion, winner here, as you said, at the National Farm Machinery Show, has laid down some passes with the Warpath.
You know, as I said, you never bet against a Masterson tractor. You never bet against Carlton Cope and Warpath, especially in this arena right here.
No, a unique sound and just the legendary Warpath.
It has definitely got a different sound. Listen to that Perkins power plant. That V8 Perkins. Folks, as he's coming down the track, look at those pipes. 4 pipes on both sides of the tractor. They're going to be glowing cherry red. The Massey Ferguson Warpath out of the state of Ohio, Carlton Cope. History will not repeat itself. You want to go up and touch them pipes right now?
No, but maybe if you want to roast some marshmallows or a hot dog or cook a steak quickly.
All right, 213 feet, .44. 213 and 44 for the Warpath. 213 and 44. 2 left. 16 in the class. 14 down and 2 to go. I tell you what, you talk about strong running tractors. The El Nino, Marion, Kentucky. Philip Parrish backed it into the smoke tube. We got Philip Parrish, and then we are going to wrap up the class with Tinker Toy. Daryl Foles, Grandview, Indiana.
Okay, we have seen our Pro Stock competitors move the sled back and forth, all the way across the track. The Parrish family going to go to the far left corner. We haven't seen anyone over there on the left of center even, and especially that far to the left-hand side in a long, long time here in our Pro Stock division.
Hey, and I just found out we got another driver change. Instead of Philip Parrish, it'll be Rhett Parrish doing the driving tonight. So Rhett Parrish doing the driving, and as Darren mentioned, way over there on the left-hand side.
I had the opportunity to interview Rhett after he won his first big national event down in Tennessee a few years ago, and that was cool. He was very excited about that, and the Parrish family, longtime competitors in the Pro Stock division. Red fans, this is your final shot. Needs to go 248 feet to force a pull-off with Kevin Masterson.
Hey, there's a storm coming. It's an El Nino. It's Rhett Parrish from Marion, Kentucky. Well, I'm going to lift up that hood.
See the El Nino team under the hood of this tractor, trying to assess the damage, see if it's something that can be quickly repaired and get them back on the track. Our leaderboard, Kevin Masterson, the River Rat, 249, continues to lead. Brandon Simon, the Loudon Heavy John Deere at 239 in second. And James Ray with the Mac Nasty in third at 236 and 3. Is everybody having a good time here tonight in Freedom Hall? All right, I can't think of a better place to be on a Saturday night. We really appreciate Mac Trailers for bringing this event back to the Mid-America Trucking Show. I'm sure it was another great week for that event, and just an honor to be back here pulling in Freedom Hall, the Mac Trailer Winter Nationals. Again, we want to give our appreciation and our thanks to all of our truckers who deliver the goods that we use every day across the country and across the world. We appreciate that. We appreciate you. We appreciate your families for the sacrifices everyone makes to make that happen. We really do appreciate the whole industry. Check out IHRA.com. There you can find links to the Pro Pulling Series and all of the other exciting motorsports series that the IHRA offers. You can find schedules, buy tickets. The Fent High Stakes Series, you can buy tickets to all 5 of those events through the IHRA website. It's going to be an exciting summer.
Well, he's going to drop and try to come back. We only have 2 left. We have Rhett Parrish. Then we have the Tinker Toy, Darrell Foles. I'll tell you what, how tight-knit of a group this Pro Stock class is. The hood was up, and he had Clint Metting, his competitor. You had Kevin Masterson, his competitor. Colin Ross is down there. A lot of people there underneath the hood trying to get Rhett Parrish going again. So we're going to pull him out of the way. And hopefully he can drop to the bottom, which there's only one tractor going to be in between him and the bottom, which will be Tinker Toy, Darrell Foles. They'll pull him out of the smoke tube, put him off to the side, and bring Darrell Foles in the Tinker Toy.
Darrell Foles trying to force a pull-off with his teammate, Kevin Masterson. The Tinker Toy, your 2025 Champions Tour champion out of the Masterson stable down there in Grandview, Indiana.
Obviously, everyone knows the Tinker Toy, long time piloted by Don Masterson. In fact, they call Freedom Hall here the house that Don built. And the reason for that is 11-time National Farm Machinery Show champion. Don Masterson in the Tinker Toy, the 11-time NFMS champion. Darrell Foles is going to try to duplicate that success here tonight with the Tinker Toy. Needs to go in excess of 248 feet to put 2 Masterson tractors into that pull-off. Kevin Masterson in a River Rat. He is already there. He went 249.
Darrell Foles going to stay over there on that left-hand sideline. You can still see the divot in the sand pile where Kevin Masterson parked the River Rat. And that was kind of right center, but, you know, these guys are trying that left-hand sideline to see if there's something over there to get them to that 248-foot mark and force a pull-off.
All right, folks, we have got 1 Masterson tractor in the pull-off. How many think we can add a second one? The Tinker Toy, Darrell Foles, Grandview, Indiana. Yeah, if you look on the split screen, we got the Tinker Toy in one portion and Kevin Masterson watching on the other side. From Grandview, Indiana, the Tinker Toy, Darrell Foles. Well, he's going to be short of that pull-off distance, but see if he shook up that top 5 at all. .230 and 7.9, 230 feet, .79. So we will find out soon if Rhett Parrish can come back or whether he will be a scratch. He will be our final competitor in our Pro Stock class before we move on to our hot rod semis. 9 of them here this evening. Current top 3 right now, the Mac Nasty sitting number 3. James Ray, 236 and 35. Loud and Heavy. Brandon Simon, currently number 2, 239 and 88. And our current leader, the River Rat, Kevin Masterson, 249 even. All right, well, unfortunately, over there in the corner, I see a hood down on the El Nino, and I do not see a helmet on the driver, Rhett Parrish. So
Kevin Masterson taking home the win in the Pro Stock Tractors. What made your hook different than the rest of the field tonight?
I just tried a fresh spot in the track that, you know, it's one of them hero or zero moves, and it just, the old rat took good care of me tonight.
What went behind that decision, choosing that spot on the track?
Oh, my good friend Rob Russell, right before me, he didn't get there, so I said it's time to move.
Now, you're driving a tractor named the River Rat, but you took it to the beach. Did you expect that when you're on the line?
No, I didn't, but you know, it knows its way there, and it just did its thing.
Now, what does this win mean compared to your others?
It sure do appreciate what Mike Conny's done here. It's a wonderful event, and really thankful to be invited.
Well, congratulations on a great win. That is Kevin Masterson driving the River Rat, and he took it all the way to the beach to take home the win.
Hot Rod Semis are next, Darren.
That's right. Nothing cooler than Hot Rod Semis at the Mid-America Trucking Show, Leroy.
I'm down here with Kevin Masterson. And Kevin, I know what this already. You hate to be interviewed, am I right?
That is correct.
He is a man of few words. You don't ask him open-ended questions because he'll just shut you down. Am I right?
Pretty much.
Pretty much. All right. So here's some breaking news, and this should not shock anybody. We have a Masterson winning here in Freedom Hall.
Well, I was taught well.
You were taught well. That, you know what? That is an awesome answer. Your dad, Don Masterson, is it true or not? They call this the house that Don built.
That's correct.
Yeah, 11-time National Farm Machinery Show champion, and now here we are for the Mack Trailer Winter Nationals, and you took it to the beach. That was an awesome pass, Kevin.
Felt really good. Tractor ran good. It had all it wanted.
It did have all it wanted. Well, we saw the other competitors. There were 16 tough competitors in this class, and you were the only one that kissed the beach with the weight bracket there in front.
Right time, right place.
That's right. Right time, right place. Kevin Masterson, River Rat, Grandview, Indiana. Nice talking to you. You know what? We can talk again this summer on the Fenton High Stakes Series, all right? It's a date. All right, give it up for Kevin Masterson.
They call this the house that Don built.
Yeah, you know, we didn't have the Mack Trailer Winter Nationals last year, but we had it in 2024 and 2023, so he three-peats.
He did. Danny Schmucker with the Rampage won the first Mack Trailer Winter Nationals in the Pro Stock class, and Kevin Masterson has won the last 3.
Okay, I got a question. I need an honest answer. How many of you in the crowd here stuck around just to see the semis tonight, the hot rod semis? Yeah! That's right. 9 of the toughest running semis in the country playing with fire. Ryan Debroux, New Franklin, Wisconsin. Kenworth, you'll be number 1. Maximus Prime, Joe Bonner, out of Ohio, you're number 2. Moody Blue, Jeff Lawtonen, Jefferson, Ohio, number 3. And then Class Act, Chris Wood, Mining Mayhem, Death Row, Ed Zeglin, Limitless, Monty Craigmile, Hillbilly Deluxe, Spencer Rook, and then Drivers Wanted, R.J. Simon. And that is our list of pullers here for our hot rod semis as we have our final class in our 2026 Mack Trailer Winter Nationals.
So the list of winners here at the Mack Trailer Winter Nationals in the Super Semi Division. Chris Wood won the first one back in 2022. Spencer Rook won it in 2023 with Hillbilly Deluxe. And Chris Wood was back on top with the Class Act in 2024. We really appreciate Ag Revolution for supplying the equipment here this evening, Summit Racing Equipment, Hot Shot Secret, and Fent for their sponsorship. Mack Trailer Winter Nationals 2026. For everyone here and our friends tuning in, don't forget you can catch all of the action on the Fent High Stakes Tour at ProPulling.tv, Speedsport.tv, Pro Pulling TV Facebook, and Pro Pulling TV YouTube channels. 8 exciting classes on the Fent High Stakes Tour. $5,000 every night to win. The modified tractors, two-wheel drive trucks, mini modifieds, hot rods, semis, pro stock tractors, super farm tractors, 4.1 tractors, and our diesel four-wheel drives.
All right, our very first semi-competitor. He is out here in the middle of the track right now. His son won our super stock diesel trucks earlier this evening, Marshall Debroux. The Debroux family would like to take home 2 wins here inside Freedom Hall this evening. We are going to start our class with Playing with Fire. Ryan Debroux out of New Franklin, Wisconsin. Sponsored by Bennett Transportation and Logistics. They are here. They were here for the farm show. They're here in attendance at Freedom Hall tonight. Their website, www.drive4bennett.com, and that's the number 4, driveforbennett.com. Also, Ryan, sponsored by Ace Doran, and also Cat Reman. He will be our test puller here in our hot rod semis. Joe Bonner, you'll be number 2, Maximus Prime, and then Moody Blue. Our super semi hot rod semis, 20,000 pounds, DOT tires,
stock appearing tractors or trucks, and 18-inch drawbar.
There you can see the running order up there on the big screen. Ryan Debroux, polar number 1, and Joe Bonner, Jeff Lawton, Chris Wood, Kim Measle, Ed Zeglin, Monty Craigmile, Spencer Rook, and then R.J. Simon. Total of 9 of them here tonight. Thanks once again, Stacey Anthony and his crew from Ag Revolution. Ag Revolution providing us with our track equipment out here tonight. They have 12 stores covering 4 states. Stores in Illinois, Indiana, Kentucky, and Ohio. That's Ag Revolution. Well, when I was walking through the pits in the West Wing earlier today, we've got basically one from almost every manufacturer. We got a Kenworth, we got Freightliners, we got Peterbilts, we got Max. We didn't have a Western Star though. Where's the Western Star trucks at? Well, we know there was definitely no Volvos. All right, Kenworth fans, here we go. Playing with fire. He's the fire chief. He is the fire chief up there in Wisconsin, hence the name of the truck, Playing with Fire. Ryan Debroux. His son Marshall won the Super Stock diesel trucks earlier tonight. Let's go! Oh, yeah, what a beautiful pass. What a strong running Kenworth. He will be our test puller. We'll see if we have the sled set where we want. If he takes that hook, 231.06 will be his distance, 231.06. Hey, they tell us we're going to leave the sled set as is, and he took it. So 231 feet, .06 is going to be the mark to beat in our hot rod semis.
Freedom Hall, what do you think of hot rod semis?
Maximus Prime number 1.
Chris Wood, driver of Class Act, first pull of the season. How are you feeling right now?
Well, probably about like everybody else here tonight. It's all our first go, so we're just going to see what happens.
Now, in the off-season, what kind of work did you do to your semi?
Oh, of course, the usual rear ends that check the engine over, clutch. They changed our chassis rules over the winter, so we all had to make some changes there, so it's going to be interesting tonight.
Now, looking at this track right now, where do you think you're going to line up?
You know, I just don't quite know yet. That's why I come down here to figure it out.
What else are you thinking when you're looking at this track? What all kind of things are you examining in your head?
I'm looking at starting line. Normally our class, they will build a road, but I was pretty surprised where Ryan set the cone there, so I guess we're just going to watch a little bit and see what happens.
Now let's talk about this high stakes tour coming up. Can we expect to see Class Act out there?
Oh yeah, we're ready. It's going to be a fun summer.
What can fans at home watching expect from the high stakes tour coming soon?
They can expect all kinds of excitement thanks to IHRA.
And lots of horsepower. That is Chris Wood driving Class Act. We'll see him in that hot rod semi.
Bonner family started pulling antiques, moved into pro stock tractors, and then finally into the semis. Joe and his dad Richard are farmers up in Mantua, Ohio. I want to give a shout out to their crew, Dale Francis, Albert Francis, and Justice Snyder. We want to give a shout out to these folks on the screen right now, all of our first responders here. Thank you all for being here tonight. We couldn't have this event without you. Hopefully you guys can just relax and enjoy the show, but we really appreciate you guys being here.
All right, Maximus Prime fired up. Out of Mantua, Ohio. Now that is a one-stack Mac with a window in the back.
I don't think we have to worry about bugs inside Freedom Hall for a while, Leroy.
Well, Maximus Prime going a different direction here than Ryan Debroux did. Ryan set up on the left-hand side of the track. Jeff Bonner over here on the right-hand side. One distance in the book so far, 231 feet, .06. All right. Mac fans, let me hear you. The Maximus Prime, Joe Bonner, Mantua, Ohio. That is going to be too close to tell. We're going to see what the laser says. Needed to go in excess of 2:31.06. How about 2:35 and 43? 2:35 and 43.
How cool was that? The Maximus Prime carrying that left front tire all the way down the track. Let's watch it again.
Well, he's got a DOT violation. He's got a couple chicken lights out. He needs to fix that before he crosses the next weigh scale. Maximus Prime right there coming at you. 2:35 and 43 to take over that top spot. Give him a nice hand, folks. That's your new leader, Joe Bonner. The Mac takes over the top spot. Well, folks, we've seen a Kenworth. We've seen a Mac. Now I guess I have to ask, do we have any Peterbilt fans in the house tonight? Oh, yeah. This will be our first look at a Peterbilt. The Moody Blue, Jeff Lautinen out of Jefferson, Ohio.
Jeff owns Jeff Lautinen Trucking. His grandson Holden is his crew chief. He's here tonight, videoing for the team. He's pumped up over there. I see him down in the video corner. had the opportunity to meet these guys about a month and a half ago here at the National Farm Machinery Show. Sat with them, had a really good time. So want to give out a shout out to their sponsors, Bull Snot, HLR Pulling, and Zach Randa at Dozer Dyno. So Wednesday morning, they broke the clutch in this truck. Zach Randa from Dozer Dyno brought them a new clutch around noon. Aaron Flavel came over and helped. They had that new clutch in by midnight on Wednesday, ready to pull here tonight. So they've been wrenching on this truck. They're 2022 and 2024 USA East champions, and were the runner-up in that group last year. It's a C18 cat-powered truck with a single Weimer turbo. All of our super hot rod semi competitors are liking this right-hand side of the track. We saw Ryan Debroux over here. Joe Bonner just took the lead at 2:35 and 43 over here, hugging this right sideline. Jeff Lautinen, the Moody Blue.
All right, here we go. Sitting at the top of the leaderboard is Maximus Prime. A Mac, here comes your Peterbilt, Jeff Lautinen, Moody Blue, Jefferson, Ohio. Beautiful blue Peterbilt out of Ohio. Jeff Lautinen. 215 and 53, 215 feet, 0.53. Hey, when you talk about tough running trucks, the one coming out on the track right now, Chris Wood, Shreve, Ohio, Class Act. He was the Pro Pulling Series champion in this class 2019, 2021, 2022, 2024, and he was a runner-up last year. Very tough running Peterbilt out of the Buckeye State, out of Shreve, Ohio.
He has won 2 of the 3 Mack Trailer Winter Nationals events. He won the first one back in 2022 and won in 2024 as well. 2-time winner here. We want to thank everyone for watching on Pro Pulling TV, Speed Sport TV, Pro Pulling TV Facebook, and the Pro Pulling TV YouTube channel, all across the country and all across the world. You know, I know there's people tuned in Europe. There's people tuned in literally from coast to coast. If you can't make it to an event, you can definitely check out those channels, and they're all free throughout the whole Fent High Stakes Series all summer long as part of the IHRA Pro Pulling Series.
You know what? He may have just won the pro stock class, but he's also a fan of the semi class. Sitting here in the very front row, Kevin Masterson. I said you just won the pro stock class, but you're a fan of the semi class because you hurried up and you came here and you got a front row seat for the semi class. Okay, there you go.
You know, you win here 3 years in a row, you earn that front row seat.
All right, a beautiful Peterbilt out of Shreve, Ohio. As Darren mentioned, 2022 Mack Trailer Winter Nationals champion. 2024 Mack Trailer's Winter Nationals champion. Can he do it in 2026? It's like every other year. He didn't have a chance to win it last year because we didn't have a Mack Trailer Winners National last year, but he's winning it on the even years, 2022, 2024. So could 2026 be his year? Still got a Mack out there in the lead. All right, Peterbilt fans. Chris Wood of Shreve, Ohio. And the class act. Did he get the job done? 235 and 43 is the number he needed to beat. The magic number was 235 and 43. How about 239 and 11? 239 and 11. New leader.
And a trip to the beach. Chris Wood, the class act, looking for win number 3 here at the Mack Trailer Winter Nationals. Is everybody having a good time here tonight in Freedom Hall? We have had some great pulling action and just really exciting finishes. What a pass by Chris Wood to take over the lead. We really appreciate all you guys coming out and supporting this great event for 2026.
RJ Simon, you're last to take a hug tonight. What advantage does that give you?
Oh, I get to watch everybody, so that's a huge advantage. But there's a lot of tough trucks here tonight, and it looks like we gotta put this thing in the beach if we wanna get there.
Now we will be coming to your hometown in the High Stakes Tour. How excited are you for that series to kick off?
Oh, I'm really excited. You know, it's been kind of a dream of mine to get something like this going, so I'm really stoked that it's coming to Farley, Iowa, or a small town, and just can't wait to have it there. So I hope all you fans come on out June 19th, 20th, Farley, Iowa.
Now, what goes behind being a puller in a hot rod semi? There's got to be a lot of work behind it.
Yeah, there's a lot of work. I mean, I can't do it without all my help. Brad Walkup, Jason Waters, Mike Mullins, Dane Hollicky, Riverside Engines, Weimer Fuel and Air. Just everybody that takes an Army, everyone at the shop, and my wife at home, my boys. So, yeah.
Well, that is RJ Simon. We will be seeing him later tonight. We also will be seeing him in that high stakes series.
All right, the beautiful Mining Mayhem out of the state of Michigan. Ken Measle backing into the sled. The Mining Mayhem.
Yeah, Ken Measle Supply, big in the sand and gravel. About 30 miles north of Detroit up on M53 is Almont, Michigan. They haul a lot of sand and gravel. Ken pulled an open super stock, won a national championship back in 2008. Got out of pulling for a while, started in 94, got out, he said in 2010, and got back in last year or the year before. So this is a 3406 Cat from Cyclone Machine, single Weimer turbo. Scott Rule diesel service chassis. Got started in pulling, his father-in-law pulled an AC D21. That's how he got started in the sport of pulling.
We want to give a shout out to some more of our IHRA Pro Pulling Series sponsors. Thanks to Fent. Fent will be our title sponsor of our High Stakes Series this summer. Also Hot Shots Secret. Thanks also to Sandcrest Trailer Sales. Rob Lemke and his crew at Lemke Motorsports. Thanks to ARP, Automotive Racing Products. Of course, Mack Trailer Sales, Mike Conny and his 1,700 employees at Mack Trailer Sales. Proud supporter of the IHRA Pro Pulling Series. SCS Gearbox. Thanks to Summit Racing Equipment. All right, let's go back to pulling. All the way from Michigan, Ken Measle and Mining Mayhem, a 1974 Peterbilt. Not to pass that Ken wanted tonight. 192 and 26, 192 feet, .26. For the 1974 cat-powered Peterbilt out of the state of Michigan.
It is good to have Ken Measle back on the track. Had a lot of success with the Mining for Dollars Super Stock. And yeah, hope to see a lot more of him this summer.
We have been well represented all the way across the country tonight. This will be our first puller from the state of West Virginia. From Morgantown, West Virginia, Death Row, Ed Zeglin. I heard a rumor that it's almost like heaven in West Virginia.
Yeah, I've heard that too. Especially in Morgantown. I think that's kind of a theme song in Morgantown. This gentleman goes by Zig. He moves heavy equipment and builds Cat diesel engines.
Okay, so we've seen Kenworth. We've seen a Mack. Of course, you know, the Mack's sitting there in the number 2 spot. We've seen Peterbilts. I want to know, are there any Freightliner fans here tonight? Any Freight Shaker fans?
All right, so I was talking to Zig earlier today. He told me this is the only, and see how good my handwriting is from when I wrote it down this afternoon, electronic injection, custom standalone ECM. There's very few of these left in the United States. This is on a Cat C15. Sponsored by Death Row Customs and Industrial Injection. Was your USA East Full Pull Productions champion last year.
Total of 9 of them in the class tonight. We have seen 5 of them, 4 to go. Death Row, Ed Zeglin. Morgantown, West Virginia, backing into the smoke tube. And then we'll see Monty Craigmile, Owenton, Kentucky with Limitless. Spencer Rook, Hillbilly Deluxe. And then we will wrap up the class, wrap up the evening with R.J. Simon, Drivers Wanted out of Farley, Iowa. Freightliner fans, here is your only shot in this class. Death Row, Ed Zeglin, Morgantown, West Virginia, in our hot rod semis. Good run there for the Freight Shaker. 2:18.73, 2:18.73. That'll move him into the number 4 spot. All right, 3 to go. Monty Craigmile, you're up next. Another Peterbilt. We do know one thing. A Peterbilt is going to win because we got a Peterbilt in the lead. Class Act, Chris Wood, Peterbilt in the lead, and we got 3 Peterbilts left tonight. So I can confidently say Peterbilt will be taking home the win this evening.
Yeah, it's a pretty safe assumption.
I'm going out on a limb.
There you go. This truck powered by a Cat 3406E. Monty's the owner of Craigmile Farm Equipment.
Well, when the kids are out of school this summer, make your travel plans to visit a track on the Fent High Stakes Series. West Salem, Ohio, Farley, Iowa, Milan, Michigan, Hebron, Ohio, or Benson, North Carolina. All of our dates can be found on our website, www.propulling.com.
8 exciting classes at all 5 of those stops on the Fent High Stakes Series. Super stock diesel 4-wheel drive trucks, 4-1 pro stock tractors, super farm tractors, pro stock tractors, hot rod semis, minis, 2-wheel drive trucks, and modifieds.
Right there, there's your schedule. Schedule for the Fent High Stakes Series. We're going to West Salem, Ohio. June 5th and 6th, then we move to Farley, Iowa, 300 Raceway, June 19th and 20th, July 10th and 11th, Milan, Michigan, August 7th and 8th, Hebron, Ohio, and September 25th and 26th, Benson, North Carolina. And then the rest of our Pro Pulling League dates are right there on the Champions Tour on our IHRA Pro Pulling Series. And don't forget, tonight and every date on the Fent High Stakes Series, going to be live streamed free of charge. No paywalls. Tune in to ProPulling.tv, SpeedSport.tv, our Pro Pulling TV Facebook page, and also our Pro Pulling TV YouTube channel, all free of charge to you. Monty Craigmile, Owenton, Kentucky, Limitless. Backed into the weight transfer device. Class Act continues to lead the class. Chris Wood of Shreve, Ohio, 2:39 and 11 is the leading distance. Well, every puller here tonight has the opportunity to make a second attempt if they do not get past that 75-foot mark. So he got her shut down prior to the 75-foot mark, so we can bring him back to the start line unless he severed some mechanical malfunctions. But it looks like we're just going to bring him right back to the start line for his second and final attempt. All right, wherever the sled gets him set, that's where we're going to shoot the laser. Here's his second and final attempt. Monty Craigmile, Limitless, Owenton, Kentucky. Well, what a pass, but did he keep it in bounds? Let's see what the track officials say. He was going for that, the distance of 239 and change to go into the top spot. Well, let's take a look at the replay. I think that you'll be able to answer the question yourself. He had a head of steam going down the track. And right there, you can see the chalk flying. And whenever the chalk flies, that means disqualification. So, yeah, let's take a look from the sled view. It's just unfortunately pulling him over to the left. And you can see the chalk there on his drive tires. So, unfortunately, yeah. He says, that's what I think about that disqualification.
You can see the front tires turned to the right. He's trying to bring it back, but unfortunately, great pass, just touched that white line.
All right, our next competitor. This is our defending points champion for our regular season for our 2025 pulling season on the Pro Pulling Series Champions Tour. Of course, we're talking about the Hillbilly Deluxe, Spencer Rook, out of Jeromesville, Ohio.
2023 winner here at the Mack Trailers Winter Nationals. The Rook family hauls asphalt for a living. Spencer's dad, Mark, started pulling in 2006. Spencer's crew tonight is Dad, Mark, and they said they get a lot of help from their friends back home in Jeromesville. Sponsored by 89 Homes and Jason Enderly. This truck powered by a Cyclone Machine Cat 3406C, single Weimer turbo. They started in garden tractor pulling. I mean, the smallest tractor, the smallest class you can get, garden tractors, all the way up to the hot rod semis. So they've went from one extreme to the other, and they really enjoy it because it is a family sport. And that's the thing. We really appreciate everybody coming out tonight, bringing your families out, multi-generations on the track, in the stands. That's what makes pulling so cool. Chris Wood still sitting on top, 239.1.
All right, out of the state of Ohio, Jeromesville, Ohio, the Hillbilly Deluxe, Spencer Rook. Getting her spooled up, wants to go in excess of 239 and change. Yeah, you could hear some fluttering going on in that turbo. He got to about the 150-foot mark, and you could just hear that something was not right. .199.74, 199 and 74. And then there was one, our final competitor of the night. Truck aptly named Drivers Wanted, R.J. Simon, from the Simon family with the Simon Trucking. They have a lot of businesses out there. 300 Raceway, of course, we're going to be there on the Fenton High Stakes Series. Simon Cattle Company, Simon Trucking, and right there, they need some drivers. Drivers Wanted, right there, right on the side. From Farley, Iowa. Folks, before we see our final competitor, can we give one last shout out to Mike Conny and the folks, the 1,700 employees of Mack Trailer Sales, for putting on a fantastic event, the Mack Trailer Winter Nationals here at the Mid-America Truck Show. Yeah. Folks, we want to give yourself a hand, too. We want to thank all you folks here for coming out tonight. I know after the truck show was over, a lot of you guys got some distance to travel. You stuck around and came out here to the farm show, or excuse me, to the poll here tonight after the truck show. Everybody from the IHRA staff, IHRA and the Pro Pulling Series, we thank every one of you for being inside Freedom Hall here this evening. Give yourself a nice round of applause. Thank you for coming out here tonight, folks.
We also want to
go ahead. Darren.
We also want to thank Fence, Hot Shot Secret, Ag Revolution, and Summit Racing Equipment as well.
Well, as I mentioned, we know a Peterbilt is going to win, right? We currently have Class Act. Chris Wood, Shreve, Ohio, in that top spot. Strong running Peterbilt here from Farley, Iowa. R.J. Simon. Did we save the best for last? Hey, we got to shut your passenger door there, R.J. There we go.
We know the Simon team, Brad Wackup and the Simon team, they have this truck. The wick is turned all the way up on this truck. Looking for a win here at the Mack Trailer Winter Nationals. RJ, a former national champion in the hot rod semi division. This is one of the winningest trucks in the history of the semi division in the sport of pulling.
How many of you think that Chris Wood, the Class Act Peterbilt, is going to take home the win tonight? All right, let me ask you this. How many of you think we saved the best for last? How many of you think R.J. Simon, Farley, Iowa, will take home the win tonight? It is going to be a Peterbilt that's going to win, but just which Peterbilt?
RJ needs to go farther than 239.11 is the lead with Chris Wood.
Let's go green one final time for our 2026 Mack Trailer Winter Nationals. R.J. Simon, Farley, Iowa, and drivers wanted. Save the best for last.
Leroy, that one is too close to call. We're going to have to wait on the laser for this one.
He needed to go in excess of 239 and 11.
How deep did he bury it in the sand?
He needed to go in excess of 239 and 11. How about 242 and 11? 2, 4, 2, 1, 1. Yeah.
RJ is out of the truck and he is pumped. Let's give him a big round of applause. Your winner here tonight at the Mack Trailer Winter Nationals, RJ Simon.
All right, Kristen Banks coming down to do the winner interview with RJ on our live stream. Nine semis here tonight. Monte Craig Mile goes number 9. Number 8, the Mining Mayhem, Kim Measle with number 8. Number 7, Spencer Rook, the Hillbilly Deluxe. Number 6, Jeff Lautman, Moody Blue. Now our top 5, Ed Zeglin. He goes number 5 with Death Row at 218.73. Playing with fire, Ryan Debroux. He goes number 4 at 231.06. Number 3, Maximus Prime, number 1, Joe Bonner, 235.43. Our runner-up, Class Act, Chris Wood, 239 and 11. And our winner, as we save the best for last, drivers wanted, R.J. Simon out of Farley, Iowa, a winning pass of 242 feet, .11.
R.J. Simon, 242.11. You knew you had to put it into the beach to take the win, and you did just that. Walk me through that hook.
Oh, just amazing. That felt great, left great. My brother, first thing he said when he come in the window, you got to leave hard. And I usually I'm a little more hesitant with this truck. I don't leave as hard as I probably should sometimes. And I left hard. That was the hardest I ever left, hardest I ever drove the truck. And it held it. Couldn't do it without all my great mechanics and everyone.
Brad Walkup, Lincoln Diesel Specialties, Sempico Oil, my boys, my brother, my wife at home, IHRA, Dean Hollicky, his old truck. He just, man, it was just awesome. It felt great. This truck hasn't, I mean, it's a little emotional. This truck hasn't made a straight pass in a while. It's been pretty rough. We've had a lot of issues with it, and man, it's been a struggle. We worked hard on it this winter. Weimer Fuel and Air for all their new parts they gave us. Riverside Engines for everything they do for us. Yeah, just couldn't do without everyone.
Well, that was a great pass. How about we watch it right here, the replay, and you walk us through it?
Yeah, I mean, we got a whole new suspension and hitch design with the new rule package, so we don't have as much hitch now as we used to. So, I mean, we didn't know where we were going to be at with our setup, so we threw the kitchen sink at it, and we were in left field, we thought maybe, and I was nervous, as you can imagine, and my brother just said hit it, run it hard, and that's what we did, and I didn't back out of it until I seen Jerry flag me.
Now, you and Drivers Wanted and Chris Wood in Class Act, you put on a show for the fans, but you guys are coming back to the High Stakes Series to put on a show. What can fans expect in that series?
Oh, the High Stakes Series is going to be great. We got a whole fleet of these semis, top runners. Chris Wood is a good friend of mine. He was a tough competitor, and man, is it awesome, and we're just really excited about it.
Well, congratulations on a great win, RJ Simon. Go celebrate with your family. Your boys are ready to celebrate. Come on in, boys.
Come on, boys.
Congratulations, guys. Your dad just won.
Well, there.